All right, couple of notes from the HPI broadcast desk for you today. Let's start with that HPI PEI promotion, and it's underway now. Play $50 or more, and you'll get 2% cash back in their accounts. Qualify for a chance to win a $500 account bonus rebate, and watch for it. You can opt in at HPIBet.com, Peter, and all kinds of great on-track and off-track promotions.
Yeah, Drive for Charity is wrapping up today, Lee. We'll have the charities and the sponsors and the drivers for a reception at 12 noon. Then after race number 2 today, we'll do the check presentations for each of the charities and businesses along with the drivers, and then a nice group shot to capture it today and to sort of wrap this up, Lee, which has been a great 2022 holiday edition.
That's right. So the guests that are arriving today will be in the Redshores fan zone. That's the new fan zone in the south end of the lower end of the grandstand. That's where you'll find the setup there. And we'll request all drivers that are participating in the Drive for Charity, and Vance will remind you this in the bar and paddock area as well, but all drivers that are participating in that after race 2, you need to be up by the grandstand. We'll be back with the Redshores Race Day broadcast kickoff. 39 minutes to go before first race post time here in Charlottetown today.
they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
So welcome to Race Day on this Saturday, December the 10th, and only a couple of weeks ago before the big holiday season kicks into gear. And speaking of that, because of the holiday edition, it's the Drive for Charity. It'll wrap up last week, and special presentations coming up today. As you see, Redshores Racetrack and Casino overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. And yes, we are indeed Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee, the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron's in the booth standing by with all your equipment and program changes, and we'll call the action on this snowy Saturday afternoon. Peter, last week we had nice dry conditions. This week we had a lot of rain. I will say that the temperature did drop, of course, overnight tonight, and then that quickly changed to snow. But the track conditions not bad out there today. And we're going to have another action-packed 12-dash card on tap for you on this Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be great again, Lee. Yeah, a little bit of snow and ice here, but it is December. We have to remember that. We've had a great run since Fiona. So, again, we're all set to go for a 12-pack here. Race number 11, the feature today, Ladylike on the rail, Philly 47, Tobin's Brownie in the middle, Dream Fair's Endfire, almost got there last week, and Ace 44 Dome on the front end for Hughes last week were winners. So they're on the outside for post 5. It's going to be a great race. Race number 11 is the Saturday afternoon feature. All
right, so we have light snow showers out there right now. We do have the wind from the north, and that's keeping things cool today. 30 kilometers an hour, gusts to 45 kilometers an hour. And we'll get all the equipment and program changes, and let's do that now as we check in with Vance Cameron, high above Red Shores with the best seat in the house, to run down all those equipment and program changes. Good afternoon, Vance.
Thank you, Lee, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. It's event number 67 of the meeting. Good track conditions. There is a 2-second variant, and it's minus 3 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Follen. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Dylan Elaine. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. In the first race today, scratch number 8, Dancer's Pass, She Will Not Go. Race 1, scratch number 8, Dancer's Pass. And the next and the final change on the card, you'll go to race number 10. In the 10th race today, scratch number 1, Acro Terry. Race 10, scratch the 1 entry, Acro Terry, She Will Not Go. That wraps up the changes at this time on the card. The Pine Mutual windows are open. The first race post time is scheduled for 12:30, leaving you 27 minutes in which to make your first race selections. Let's go back to my co-hosts, Peter McPhee and Lee Drake, and they're at the Race Day HBI broadcast desk.
Yeah, we're underway with another great promotion with Horseplayer Interactive out of Woodbine in Toronto, and that's HBI players and PEI who play the Red Shores product from now until the end of this month or end of this year. You play $50 or more, and you get that 2% cash back right into your account. Plus, you qualify for the $500 account balance, Peter, which is going to happen right up until New Year's Eve. And you must opt in at hbibet.com to get into the details.
Yeah, our betting menu also features an early and late pick 4 here at Red Shore, Super High 5 and Race 5. And the last race of the day, which is Race 12 today, low 15% takeout. On-track guests, the on-track pick 5, ballots in the program just inside the front cover of today's program. Tag your ticket with the wild horses every race for a chance to win that additional jackpot, and you can ask your seller for the wild horses here at Red Shores. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Say
Now, back to Race Day Live.
And welcome back to the HPI Broadcast Desk at the top of the park. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Lee Drake is here as well for the Drive for Charity presentation after race number 2 today. Vance Cameron will be calling all the action as we get closer to race number 1 at Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. But want to take you back to last week. Hull of a Ride in the open trot. He's won it 2 times in a row from the inside post 2 weeks ago. And then last time out, he had post 5 and shot to the front and got it done again. So let's take you back to last week. Pick it up at the half where Hull of a Ride and Kenny Murphy get it done in the open trot. Here it is.
They're halfway home in the open trot. Hull of a Ride gets them halfway home for Kenny Murphy. On the outside, Freddie's going to have a long afternoon. He's out all the way. 57 and 4. A serious opening half mile. Arriving at 5/8. Hull of a Ride by 2. Windermere, Don't You Worry, is second. Third, Incredible 2. Coming up fourth is Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Freddie is now fifth. Summer City Nate is sixth. 3/4 next. Hull of a Ride by 3. Second between horses, Incredible 2. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Coming late on the outside third. 3/4 tripped in 1. 28 and 1 with an 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Hull of a Ride has a big lead. Turning down the home stretch, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica second. Incredible 2 third. Windermere, Don't You Worry fourth. Hull of a Ride in the open trot will double up Kenny Murphy. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica second. Incredible 2 third. The mile in 1:58.4.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive, and that's 2 in a row at the open trot level for Hull of a Ride. Kenny Murphy did the driving last week. It's Jason Hughes this week from post 5. Jesse, Jess, or Jessica will leave from post 3, and Freddie is on the rail today, so it sets up to be a good open trot with Hull of a Ride looking for the natural hat trick. We'll see if it can happen in race number 9 today. So let's bring in the updated leaders here in Charlottetown for the drivers in 2022. And you can see as we head into today on Saturday, December 10th, Mark Campbell is leading the way. Mark with 132 wins here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. He's number 1. David Dowling is second. He's had a nice year. 102 wins for David. Jill Barrios sits third with 81 wins. Corey McPherson in fourth with 77 wins. And Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, he rounds out the top 5, Jason, with 76 wins. But again, Mark Campbell leading the way with 132 wins on the season as we move into Saturday, December the 10th. We'll keep track of it all the way till the end of the season. And here's the early pick 4 as we get it underway here today. And race number 2 will be the first leg. And I'm going to head to the 5. That's Incredible 2 here for Kenny Arsenault. It's a horse that's dropping down. It raced the Open the last 4 starts. Third last time out in the Open. So drops down a little bit here today to the 11:01s. I think maybe finds the winner circle here for Kenny today. Incredible 2 on the drop. We'll put that horse on top in a early pick 4. In race number 3, I'm going to head towards the 2, and that's Woodmere Dealer. He's been knocking on the door for over a month here. He's at 4 second-place finishes, so again, he's in a good spot here today. Jason Hughes will drive. Think he might find the winner circle, so we'll put him in. And on top of our ticket, we like the 2 in race number 3. Race number 4, Checkers Pride on the outside here today for Adam Murner. We do like this horse. This horse does have 5 wins this year, could make it 6, and we'll leave from post 6, so we'll put that horse on top in race number 4. And to round out our early pick 4, we're going back outside. That's the 7, Miss Sangria for Corey McPherson. Second last week till I'll Tell Me Ma. So moves outside to post 7. The horse does have 3 wins this year. Corey knows the horse very well, so we like that horse to round out our early pick 4. We're at 5, 2, 6, 7, and it's pretty close with the classifier. He's at 5, 2, 5, 7 in the early pick 4. 8 away from race number 1.
All right, so the picks underway there. That's they were sliding in here for the opener, and there's a look at the paddock right now. With the paddock cam today, live from Red Shores, so the horses will be stepping out. They're all bundled up there in the nice warm paddock, and then they'll make their way out to the track. And we'll be greeting them in just a few minutes in post-parade. So underway right now is the Drive for Charity. The reception is underway. It's in the new Red Shores fan zone. So those folks that are arriving there today, those are the 10 businesses, the 10 charities. We'll meet those drivers that are coming up after race number 2. And what's interesting to note is that even though I was talking to a few of the businesses down there, some of the charities are going to get a bit of a surprise. It's like a stocking stuffer. Because I know I was talking to Norbert Stewart with Syntrack Print and Graphics, and they are going to bump their check up to $1,000 today. And, we've talked about McQuarrie's Meats. I was talking to Dwayne McQuarrie there as well. They're going to bump their check up to $1,500. So just some of the things, just the Island way. That's just the way it is. They do such great things, and a number of others like McCrae Backhoe and Trucking. I was talking to Donnie McCrae, doing the same thing. So a few little surprises that's going to take place there today. It'll happen after race number 2, and for those of you arriving today, it's in the lower end of the grandstand or the south end of the grandstand for the Drive for Charity. So I'll just walk you through here what's happening as you get a look at the paddock cam brought to you by Red Shores. And there are the horses coming out in post position order, of course. There's the one. They're making their way to the racetrack. So paddock judge John Power signaling when to move as they make their way out to the track. We'll see them on track next.
The afternoon's first race on the track for the post parade. Number 1 is Outrageous Spirit, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Valley, trained by Kevin Peters, driven by Jason Hughes. Elm Grove Misty, number 2, Dave Kelly, training and driving for owner Charlene Cipher of Springvale. I Can Do It wears number 3 for owners Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trainer Keith Ford, the driver Mark Campbell. 4 is Elm Grove Nancy, Jill Barrio driving today for owner-trainer Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204. 5 is Malabrigo, owned by Darrell and Gordon McLean of Winslow. Darrell is the trainer-driver. Starship's Alicia 6 is owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watson, driven by David Dowling. And just 2 minutes wagering time on the first race to open up a Saturday afternoon at Charlottetown. 2 minutes to post time. This is Race Day live from Charlottetown, and also special day for Drive for Charity. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee are next with those details and the top contenders in the opener.
So there you have it, Peter. Drive for Charity Holiday Edition 2022 comes to a close today. The competition on the track, or the opportunity to earn money for the charities, ended last weekend, and now the Drive for Charities are here today as you get them roll through, rotate some of the drivers and their charities here today, and then we'll head out our way out to the track.
Yeah, and again, Lee, it's great to see all the businesses and charities here. Red Shores putting on the reception at 12 noon today. We'll have the presentation of the checks after race number 2. And again, it's been a terrific run for the holiday edition here of the Drive for Charity in 2022. We're going to cap it off today.
So we'll be down after race number 2. They're enjoying some great food and beverage treats from the team here at Red Shores and our culinary team, so we appreciate that. But welcome to all that are here, and we'll get you out and on the track, and hope you're bundled for it because it is a bit cool out there today. -3, it feels like -12, light snow showers, the wind from the north at 30 kilometers an hour with gusts of 45. That's what we're working with, and we're on track right now with outrageous spirit. And Paul Holmes, Warren Grove, along with Kevin Peters of Emmy Vale, they share the ownership on this 11-year-old mare. Kevin is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving today. She was on the move early last week and even made that 3-high move, Peter. Improves her post position this week, finished 5th, but was right there with them in the stretch.
I think so. I think that's the key here today. Like you mentioned from post 7 last week, had to go first up, finished down the edges. But if we slide down there, we can see from post 5, Jason was aggressive with this horse on November 10th. They sat 2 and then got up to win by 3, 59-2, closed out 29-1. So the key for me is you move from post 7 to the rail this week. I think a much better trip here today in line for Outrageous Spirit. Like you mentioned, Jason will do the driving on the 1 at 6-5.
So we'll get to the 2 in just a few minutes. Dancer's Pass is out of action, is scratched. That's the only change in the opener here. So the 8 is out. Daily double in races 1 and 2. Exacta 20-cent superfecta tractor wagering. You can always tag your ticket here on track, and we've had some winners on that as well. Welcome back to Marie McRae.
Yes, welcome back, Marie.
Yeah, race
We've missed her.
She's been out for a few weeks or maybe even months.
Yeah, she injured her ankle, Lee, but she's back in action today. Great to have her back, and I know the customers are happy as well.
Yeah, they're great to see her. Nice to have her back just before the holidays. Okay, so we'll land on the 4 right now. This is Elm Grove Nancy. I think we used the term the Battle of Elm Groves last week, but Elm Grove Nancy leads from post 4 this week. Jill's Barrio doing the driving here for Robert Phillips, and he's the owner and the trainer. So Barrio gets the call today. They're back-to-back scores. Her last 5 starts made of 2 wins and 3 show prizes, so not surprised to be on the ticket
She's
today.
racing great. I mean, that 1-2 back was excellent where she cleared up at the top of the stretch. She led by 2 at that point, and she drove away on them that week, won by 7 and change, 2-5-1. The track was out 4 seconds. Excellent effort. She came right back last time out, again from post 5, that first over move, and she cleared up and hung on to win in the end. It was an excellent effort again, 2-1-1 with a closer of 29-3. So her form is excellent. She's won a couple in a row. She's back in a good spot, and Gilles Barrio will drive today looking for 3 straight at 8-5.
And we should also mention, get well wishes to going out to Ken Murphy. You saw in our release that went out, the story release that came out from Red Shores yesterday, that Kenny was injured in an off-track incident, and he's going to be out for a little bit, but we wish him a speedy recovery. And I did say he's going to be in today for the Drive for Charity.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
so.
and again, Kenny was having a great year, and he won't be able to drive for a little bit. But again, we're thinking of you, Kenny, and get well soon.
So there's the 2 back on the track right now, so we'll zero in on her, and she's right alongside the 5, Malabrigo and Daryl McLean, whose brother Scott is directing today.
He's the guy that makes all the beautiful pictures here on our show. Lee.
Calling the shots here today in our earpiece. Hi, Scott. Anyway, Elm Grove Misty right alongside Charlene Cypher of Springvale is the owner, and Dave Kelly is the trainer. Going to be doing the driving here this afternoon. Comes in at 7-1. Again, good price there. Took command of the field past the 3/4 and got collared late at the wire to miss by only half a length. So she could be a factor here again today.
Again, I just think on the inside, again, she's usually pretty tough when she can get up near the action, and I think Dave will have her there. He's usually pretty aggressive off the wings. So we'll put her in the ticket and see what happens here.
So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the first race. It is post time. And we'll send it upstairs for the track call with Vance Cameron. And Vance, a little bit of Winter Wonderland this week.
Absolutely, Lee. It is the season, is it not? And they're lining up in the Saturday afternoon opener with Outrageous Spirit, Elm Grove Misty, I Can Do It, Elm Grove Nancy, Malabrigo, Starship's Alicia, Cinder Angelina, scratched down to a field of 7 to open it up. Post time. The up and pacing Outrageous Spirit is leaving out at the rail. Elm Grove Misty is second. I Can Do It third. Malabrigo comes from the outside fourth. Elm Grove Nancy fifth. Then it's Starship's Alicia, followed by the trailer. That is Cinder Angelina, 3 wide all around the turn, and they're going to the backstretch. And the farthest one out, that is Malabrigo, the teenager, towards the rail. Outrageous Spirit may keep her there. Racing from third is Elm Grove Misty, fourth at the rail. I Can Do It. Elm Grove Nancy now fifth. Well off the leaders, 6 is Starship's Alicia. And the trailer, that is Cinder Angelina, 29 and a 150 opening quarter. Malabrigo was parked a long ways early. She cleared the lead for Darrell McLean. Racing from second, Outrageous Spirit. Elm Grove Misty third. I Can Do It fourth. Elm Grove Nancy's in fifth. Closing up 6 is Starship's Alicia. Trailing the field, Cinder Angelina halfway home in the opener, led by Malabrigo. Up on the outside, here comes I Can Do It. The half's up in a minute and 2. Riding the rail is Outrageous Spirit. Then fourth and moving up on the outside is Elm Grove Nancy. Now with nowhere to go, fifth is Elm Grove Misty. 6 towards the inside, Cinder Angelina. On the outside, 7th. Starship's Alicia, the 3/4 coming next, and we will have a new leader between horses. I Can Do It. Malabrigo's trying to battle back at the rail, and here comes Elm Grove Nancy, a winner of 2 in a row, landing on the lead by the 3/4 in 1. 33 and 3. Midway on the turn for the final time. The leader on the outside is Elm Grove Nancy. In at the rail, that's I Can Do It. Elm Grove Misty found a way out to join them third. Down the stretch they come. Elm Grove Nancy is taken over late. I Can Do It towards the rail. Elm Grove Misty third. Elm Grove Nancy give her 3 in a row this time for Barrio. I Can Do It was second. Elm Grove Misty third. 2-0. 4 and 4.
All right, here's a look at the slow-mo for you in the opener here this afternoon. Brought to you by Universum Media. And the track, good, 2-second variant here today. One thing we had nothing short of in this race, Peter, was lots of action.
They were swinging early. The 1 and the 5 both wanted the lead here today. The 5 eventually got it. Malabrigo and Darrell McLean. 29 and 1, 1 minute 2. Mark went first with I Can Do It. Jill followed over with Elm Grove Nancy. Backside was 133. Set up perfectly again for Elm Grove Nancy. She goes 3 wide up past the 3/4 on that tip, and down the stretch she comes to make it 3 in a row. 2-0, 4 and 4. Set up perfectly for Jill Barrio and Elm Grove Nancy, and give her a natural hat trick at Red Shores.
Well, the little mare with the big heart has just completed 3 in a row here at the driving park. Speaking of Elm Grove Nancy, as she arrives at the first race winner's circle, bay-facing mare 6 by Coast to Coast Yankee from the Largo Dam, Largo Motion. Owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204. In those Jill Barrios hands today, a winner in 2-0, 4 and 4. Elm Grove Nancy opens up a Saturday afternoon at Charlottetown.
This replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. We're looking to breed the next champion of the 2023 season. Look no further than the star-studded lineup at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. The top-level standard-bred facility is home to Malicious, sire of freshly minted Atlantic record holder Malignity, as well as Stallion Source of Pride, who produced 3-year-old filly sensation, The Real Princess. Muscle Through It returns to Windermere Farms in 2023 after a 100% producing inaugural crop, including the undefeated Irish Ray. Well, Gold Cup and Saucer champion Somewhere Fancy will stand his second season as well. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for all the information you need this coming breeding season.
Here's the official results from the first race. Outrageous Spirit 5th, Elm Grove Misty 3rd. I Can Do It was 2nd. Elm Grove Nancy the race winner. Malabrigo finished 6th. Starships Alicia was 7th. Cinder Angelina 4th. Dancer's Pass was scratched. The fractions were 29 and 1. 1 minute 2. 1:33 and 3. And the mile in 2:04 and 4. In review, it's 5:32, 1:67, 4 scratched. Elm Grove Nancy paid $7.60 to win. The exactor was $60.50, the triactor $148.50, and the superfecta was $236.94.
Six minutes to go before race number 2, and after race number 2, we'll take a quick break, and we'll have the drivers come up for the driver charities and get the charities and their businesses and trackside for some official photos and check presentations today. Let me tell you about the HBI PEI promotion, which is underway now, and it's going to continue to the end of this month. Some big cards in here, Peter, some additional cards on the next 2 Sundays, and then you have the Boxing Day and the New Year's Eve as well. So you pay $50 or more. You get 2% cash back, and you get qualified for that $500 account rebate, which is happening at hbibet.com. And of course, all you have to do is opt in when you get to that HBI page.
Yeah, great promotion for HBI players here on the island. As we roll in the picks here for race number 2 this afternoon, we're back on the trot here. And most people are heading to the 5, including myself here. That's Incredible 2. Do like the 1 for part of it, along for the ride. I think this horse is going to get a nice trip here this afternoon, tucked inside. And I do like the 2, Tequila Tuesday, for part of this as well. So I'm at 5-1-2, classifier underneath at 5-1-3.
And it is the pick 4, of course, the beginning of the pick 4. And so not a bad sequence to get things off with the trotters here today.
The trotters and their drivers for the second race are on the track for the parade. Along for the ride one is owned by Ambrose Leibold of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee. Amber Campbell drives. Tequila Tuesday number 2 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Grace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. The Legend Continues number 3 is owned by Ronald McDonald of Freelton, Ontario. Brian McPhee is the trainer driver. 4 is Libero, owned by Donna Van Meer, Mount Herbert, trained by Randy Van Meer. Jules Barrio drives. 5 is Incredible 2, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Number 6 is Suicide Shift, owned by Margot Fisher of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepherds in the sulky. 3 minutes wagering time on the second race. HPI PEI is underway now, and coming on Boxing Day, another new addition to our betting menu at Red Shores. Lee and Peter with those details on the new Pick 5 with a clever name to it, gentlemen.
Yeah, you know what? Come up with this. Actually, to give a little credit out, it was Ken Oakes when we were doing some of our planning, and come up with the name I'll Pick 5. So we liked it, we kept it, and we got approval for it through CPMA, and we're going to launch it into our betting permits here, and it's going to start on Boxing Day. But it's the I'll Pick 5, low 15% takeout. It's on the first 5 races, Peter.
Yeah, a lot of tracks are doing this, Lee, and again, I like the fact that we're tying in the island there with the I'll Pick 5 and the name suggested by Ken. Low 15% takeout, again on one of our wagering options, $1,500 guaranteed pool, and like you mentioned, on the first 5 races coming Boxing Day.
I'm not sure how many are making notes, but I'm sure not too many. But if you are, and I know our betting customers certainly do, we've launched a lot over the last 2 years.
Absolutely.
Added in some new plays.
Yeah, and I think it's been popular with the bettors, Lee, on the island, and of course watching us via simulcast. So Red Shores continues to put it out on their wagering menu.
So we'll give it a go on Boxing Day with the guaranteed pool at $1,500 for the I'll Pick 5. So we're back out on track here, and we'll have the drivers joining us in the Drive for Charity. They'll make their way to the Grandstand Winner's Circle here after the second race. This is Incredible 2, and Kenny Arsenault will do the driving today. He's from the, of course, Kenny Arsenault trained stable, so they're back in action here today. Wade Piccone, Substantial, is the owner of this mare, and really, she's been racing the Open and not at a place. 16 top 3 finishes from 26 starts. Good shot to add to the win column today and to kick off that early Pick 4.
She's had a nice year when you look at her numbers. She does have the 4 wins. You go down the lines there, you can see on November the 10th in the Open, she almost got there. Flew home in 28-4 and was just nipped. Mile Hill Willie won it. But this mare was charging on the end of its second, 58-4. And since then, she's been 4th, 5th, and 3rd last time out in the Open here on December the 3rd. She raced well. She tracked along in for 3rd behind Hell of a Ride and Jessie Jessica. 59-2 closed out 30-4. So she drops a notch here today. She's got a great shot to win. Incredible 2 is 3-5.
You don't see Kenny leaning into too many of them, but she's taking on a bit of a hold here, and he gets her calmed down beforehand, so ready to go here today. But she looks good on screen right now. Okay, there's a look at the rail sitter. This is Along for the Ride, owned by Ambrose Leibold out of Morel. And interesting to note here, so trainer Brian McPhee has 2 in here. He'll drive the 3, the legend continues. His daughter Amber handles this filly, who's been knocking on the door. And this is her 5th time leaving from the rail, and she's won twice from this position before.
Yeah, I like the fact that she's on the rail here today, and she's another horse that's put together a really, really nice season. You can look over 21 starts, 5 wins, 5 seconds, 3 thirds. Amber gets along very well with this horse, and on the rail here today, they're going to be tucked in for a long way, and I think they'll have a say before it's all over. Her last 3 have been excellent. 2nd by a nose, 2nd by 2 and change, and then last time almost got there 3rd, only a length away at the wire. So sets up for a good trip. Amber knows her very well. 2-1.
I was just thinking to myself, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw father and daughter in the top 3 in this race here.
Brian gets along well with the 3, so yes, they have a shot, both of them.
They have, he's figured that guy out as well. So there's a look at the 2. This is Tequila Tuesday, taking a little stroll in the center field again, just to keep them calm. And that's Miles Heffernan, Sr., is doing the driving here today. Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, is the owner, and they're getting into the mix here. You know, as I like to say, fastest time of the season this year was late October, and this guy can mix it up.
You know what, Lee? I liked this horse last week, and I think the line, if you look at it, this horse was closer than you think. Was coming on at the end, finished 5th, but was only a length and 3/4 away. And the line that sticks out to me when you go back down on these lines is October the 20th, left from 3, tracked all the way, and was a winner for Miles in 59-3 and closed out in 29-3. So I think, again, going to be on the inside here. And if you're looking for value, maybe it's Tequila Tuesday here at 9-1 as we get close in race number 2.
Okay, our world headquarters at Redshores.ca, FM 98.5, in-house monitors channel 2. That's where you'll find the action. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, the Trotters. Let's send it upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
And those Trotters are along for the ride. Tequila Tuesday, the legend continues. Libero, Incredible 2, and Suicide Shift. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Tequila Tuesday will leave out. Libero is between horses. Coming from the outside is Suicide Shift. Incredible 2 is the 4th one into the turn. Away 5th along for the ride, and off stride trailing goes the legend continues. To the backstretch they race to the opening quarter. Tequila Tuesday for Miles Heffernan Sr., the leader. Suicide Shift is caught out and moving up now to challenge the leader. 3rd at the rail. That is Libero, racing from 4th, Incredible 2. Along for the ride, 5th. In the backfield, the trailer. The legend continues. The quarter was 29-3. Tequila Tuesday, the fraction center. Up the inside, Libero is taken over 2nd. Long afternoon, if you're Suicide Shift, he's going to be out all the way 3rd. Racing 4th, Incredible 2. Along the inside, 5th, along for the ride. And the trailer, the legend continues. Halfway home in the 2nd, led by Tequila Tuesday. Libero right on his back, 2nd. Laying on the outside, 3rd is Suicide Shift. On the cones, 4th. That's Incredible 2. Going to the outside, 5th, along for the ride. Trailing the field, the legend continues. The opening half mile in 1:02. Going to the backstretch, 3/4 next. Tequila Tuesday leads it. Libero races from 2nd. Incredible 2 is racing 3rd. Along for the ride on the outside, 4th. Back to 50, Suicide Shift. Trailing the field. The legend continues. 3/4 up in 1:32-1. They're on the turn for the final time. Tequila Tuesday still there. From the outside, Libero 2nd. Here comes Incredible 2 to join the leaders turning for home. Down the stretch they come. Tequila Tuesday still there. Incredible 2 trots up on the outside and will win for Kenny Arsenault. 2nd, that is Tequila Tuesday. Libero finishes 3rd in 2:02-3.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 2. This afternoon, the Trotters are in action. Incredible 2 and Kenny Arsenault. And Peter, you don't win over 3,000 races in your career without one important ingredient, and that is patience.
Never panicked off the wings. We like Tequila Tuesday for part of this here today. They cut a 29-3. 1 minute 2, Libero in the 2-hole. Kenny was third at that point with Incredible 2. Amber went first. 3-wide tip with a long for the ride. Backside Barrio pulls out. Kenny follows. 3/4 132-1, and full of trot on the end of it is the 5. Incredible 2 on the drop, popping here today to win 2-0-2-3. Incredible 2 and Kenny Arsenault win the second at Red Shore, Charlottetown.
There's a look at Incredible 2. The second race winner, trotting Bay Mare 4 by Angus Hall from the Northern Bailey Dam. Incredibility, owned by Wade Piccone of Stancho. Kenny Arsenault training and driving for a mile in 2:02-3. The mare will pick up her 10th lifetime victory. Incredible 2 delivers in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Simtrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Simtrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Simtrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in the second. Along for the ride fourth, Tequila Tuesday second. The Legend continues sixth. Libero finished third. Incredible 2, the race winner. Suicide Shift was fifth. The fractions were 29-3. 1 minute 2. 132-1. And the mile in 2:02-3. In review, it's 4:26-3:15. Incredible 2 paid $260. The exactor was $10.60, triactor $34.40. The superfecta was $6.30, and the early daily double returned $11.30. Ladies and gentlemen, the Drive for Charity event returned to Red Shores, Summerside, and Charlottetown in 2022. 10 island drivers teamed up with businesses in the community to raise money for local charities. Each driver earned $30 towards their charity. Daniel R. Ross Limited teamed up with driver Jason Hughes to raise $1,000 for Camp Genchef. Joining Jason Hughes trackside, Basil Vesey representing Daniel R. Ross Limited with a check to Camp Genchef. Syntrack Print and Graphics teamed up with driver Mike McWiggin to raise $500 for the Hospice PEI. Joining Mike McWiggin trackside, Norbert Stewart and Teresa, owner of Syntrack Print and Graphics, along with Nancy Marie Arsenault and Ellen Ford of Hospice PEI. Metro Home Building Center teamed up with driver Kenny Arsenault to raise $500 for the Alzheimer's Society of Prince Edward Island. Joining Kenny Arsenault down at trackside is Peter Smith, owner of Metro Home Building Center, and Laura McWilliam from the Alzheimer's Society of Prince Edward Island. The Andrew Stables of Dundas, Ontario, and Milton PEI teamed up with driver David Dowling to raise $1,000 for Kidsport PEI. Joining David Dowling trackside is Nikki McEwen from the Andrew Stables, and that Kidsport PEI, the receiver of the $1,000. Ocean 100 teamed up with driver Mark Campbell to raise $1,000 for Toys for Tots campaign. Joining Mark Campbell trackside, Scott Chapman of Ocean 100 and John Burton with the Salvation Army. Macquarie's Meats teamed up with driver Corey McPherson to raise $1,000 for the Upper Room Hospitality and Ministry Incorporated. Joining Corey McPherson trackside is Dwayne McQuarrie, owner of Macquarie's Meats, and Mike McDonald from the Upper Room Hospitality Ministry. McRae Backhoe and Trucking teamed up with Kenny Murphy to raise $930 for Santa's Angels PEI. Joining Kenny trackside is Donnie McRae, owner of McRae Backhoe and Trucking, and Sam Gallant of Santa's Angels. And if you take a look at Mr. Murphy, you'll find out why he's not on the program in the driver's seat today. Had a mishap at home, and he supports some new footwear, and we hope that he has a speedy recovery. The PEI Harness Racing Industry Association teamed up with Adam Murner to raise $540 for the Joyriders Therapeutic Riding Association of PEI. Joining Adam Murner trackside is Julie Jameson from the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association and Daphne Davey, president of Joyriders. A&M Snow Removal teamed up with driver Jill Sberrio to raise $930 for the MS Society PEI chapter. Joining Jill Sberrio trackside is Joey Gallant, owner of A&M Snow Removal, and Molly McDougall of the MS Society. Red Shores Racetrack and Casino teamed up with driver Dale Spence to raise $500 for the United Way of PEI. Joining Dale Spence trackside, Red Shores General Manager David McKenzie and Andrea McDonald, CEO of the United Way. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, another successful Drive for Charity returning to the island here in 2022. Thank you to all the businesses, charities, and drivers for taking part in the 2022 Drive for Charity Holiday Edition.
Okay, so welcome back to race day here in Charlottetown, and fresh from that Drive for Charity presentations, which is outside today, and we had it in the fan zone a little earlier, Peter, and we moved everyone outside. But it is cool out there today.
Looked breezy there, Lee, with the checks blowing around there a little bit, and you were sort of coordinating it all down there. How was it outside?
Well, April Myers and I were getting everyone in from the Red Shores fan zone out into order, and here's what we did find. We talked about the stocking stuffers a little earlier.
Yep.
So Metro Home Building Center did raise, and they earned $500 with Kenny Arsenault throughout the campaign, but they surprised the charity with a $1,000 check.
Wow! So they bumped it up to $1,000.
They bumped it up to $1,000,
Yep.
and the same thing happened with Red Shores. GM David McKenzie, our general manager, was there, along with United Way and Andrew McDonald, and upped the presentation to $1,000
Nice.
as well.
Thank you to
Isn't
Red
that nice?
Shores. Yes.
And we also heard, of course, a little earlier from McQuarrie's Meats.
Yeah,
They
Dwayne. Yep.
increased theirs to $1,500.
Thank you, Dwayne.
McRae Backhoe and Trucking increased theirs to $1,000.
Donnie McRae always supporting.
Always supporting it. And Syntrack Print and Graphics also doing the same thing. They teamed up with Mike McGuigan for $500, and they upped it to $1,000.
Norbert and Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So some great work there. Everyone did such a wonderful job. A&M Snow Removal as well. You know, Joey Glenn.
Joey's here every week. Every week
and,
supports the harness racing game.
Supports it and supports a lot of the charities as well. So Drive for Charity campaign. So just a little note from the desk on how well it went. Thank you
Yes.
very much. We'll see some on our social media channels when we get them edited and ready to go a little later on.
Third race on the track for the post parade. Stonebridge You Bet, number 1, is owned by Frank Banks of Summerside. Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills, trained by Frank Banks. David Dowling drives. Woodmere Dealer 2 is owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, the trainer-driver Jason Hughes. Outrageous Show number 3, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio drives. Weather the Storm number 4 is owned by Bill Kenny and Ella Stead of Hunter River, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Kenny Arsenault. 5 is Windermere Kirk. Mark Campbell drives today for owner-trainer Paul Doyle of Charlottetown. 4 minutes wagering time on the third race. Live racing and Sunday brunch returns tomorrow and next Sunday. Only $16.95. Call the top of the park.
Yeah, just a reminder as well, the Holiday Homestretch Handicapping Challenge has begun. Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown started on December 5th, and it will be back on December the 10th and 12th. You can see 17th, and the finale on the 19th as well. First prize, $500 cash and a guest handicapping spot on the race day show. So the Holiday Homestretch Handicapping Challenge happening right now in Summerside and Charlottetown. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 3 this afternoon. Excellent presentation on the Drive for Charity. Again, thank you to all the sponsors and charities and drivers for taking part in the holiday edition. Another huge success at Red Shores. This is Woodmere Dealer here. Donnie McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains. Jason does the driving. The horse has been second 4 straight weeks. And you can see last time out, left from 5, tracked all the way. A good second to 2 and 2. Closed out 30 and 4, and the one prior to that 9 winners and 1 left from 3, again was in the 2-hole all the way second, beaten 4 and change to 7 and 2, closed out 32 and 1. Track was off 4 on that day. Good spot to work from. Jason Hughes in the bike. Woodmere Dealer is 3 to 5. There's the next door neighbor. It's Outrageous Show today for Paul Holmes, Warren Grove. Ronnie Matheson trains Gilles Barrio to do the driving, and the qualifier back on November the 26th, left from 3, was a winner in the qualifier, 2, 6, and 3, 31 and 2. And another reminder, the track off 4 on that day. Come out to race on December the 3rd. The non-winners of 1 left from 3 was at the back. Made a bit of a rally late, came home in a good 29 and 3, and picked up the 4th position. Finished 4th, 2, 3, and 2 on that day for Barrio, 29 and 3 on the end of it. So looking for a little bit of improvement into the top 3 here today. Outrageous Show is even money. There's the 5. It's Windermere Kirk for Paul Doyle of Charlottetown. Paul does the training as well. Mark Campbell will do the driving. Go back to November 13th. Non-winners of 1 horse was 4th, 2, 4, and 4, 30 and 1. Came right back the following week on the 20th. Non-winners of 1 4th, 2, 4, and 4. Closed out 31 and 3. And then last time out, non-winners of 1 from the 7-hole, 5th, 2, 5, and 2. Closed out in 32. Track off a second on that day. Post 5 this week. Mark Campbell hops up 10 to 1 on Windermere Kirk. Okay, quick look at the board before we go here. Getting close in the third. Stonebridge, You Bet for Dowling on the rail. They're 9 to 1. Woodmere Dealer Hughes They're the choice right now, 3 to 5. Outrageous Show for Barrios, even money. Weather the Storm. It's Kenny Arsenault. Kenny already has a win on the card, looking for 2 in a row here with Weather the Storm at 9 to 1 and Windermere Kirk. Mark Campbell at 8 to 1. Getting close in the third. Good luck with your picks. Getting set for race number 3 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, another great holiday edition of the Drive for Charity at Redshores. Up to you for the call.
Stonebridge, you bet. Woodmere Dealer. Outrageous Show, Weather the Storm, and Windermere Kirk. Compact field of 5. Maiden Pacers on the gate. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Back leaving the 3, Outrageous Show, and there they go, off and pacing, and leaving out to lead it, that's Woodmere Dealer. Second is Windermere Kirk, third towards the rail is Stonebridge U-Bet. Weather the Storm got fourth on the outside, then the trailer, that is Outrageous Show. So they're at the 8th pole, led by Woodmere Dealer and the Blue Knight Hughes. Second is Windermere Kirk. Weather the Storm is taken over third. Stonebridge U-Bet at the rail is fourth, trailing the field 5th. That is Outrageous Show as they arrive at the opening quarter. Woodmere Dealer is the quarter pole leader. Racing from second is Windermere Kirk. Weather the Storm has third. Stonebridge U-Bet races fourth, and the trailer, that is Outrageous Show. 31-2 was the opening quarter, so they're on a very comfortable pace as they move off the turn and race towards the half mile, led by Woodmere Dealer. Second, that is Windermere Kirk, continuing third, Weather the Storm. Stonebridge U-Bet is fourth, and trailing the field, that is Outrageous Show. Halfway home, led by Woodmere Dealer by 2. Second is Windermere Kirk. Weather the Storm third. The half mile in 1:02. And 4, that's consecutive 31 2/4 as they arrive at the 5/8. It's Woodmere Dealer the leader on Windermere Kirk. Here comes Outrageous Show on the outside to take over third. Weather the Storm now fourth. Trailing the field, that is Stonebridge U-Bet. The 3/4 coming next. Getting them there is Woodmere Dealer. Windermere Kirk is second. That's Outrageous Show to take over third. Moving into fourth is Stonebridge U-Bet. Now the trailer, that is Weather the Storm. The 3/4 in 1. 34 4. They're down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Woodmere Dealer clear by 3. Headed on home. Outrageous Show on the outside up to take over second. Windermere Kirk third. Stonebridge U-Bet is there fourth. As they land on the line next, it's Woodmere Dealer and the Blue Knight Hughes. Outrageous Show was second. Stonebridge U-Bet rallied up third. Time for the mile in 2:05 3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon, brought to you by Universum Media. Been knocking on the door for 4 straight starts. He was second, but today he got the front, and you thought he could probably get it done here today for Hughes, as he was put right on the point. Woodmere Dealer at 31-2, 102-4 still there, and the leader. They went to the backside, 134-4, and the move was made by Outrageous Show, but he had the jump on them down the stretch. 205-3, Woodmere Dealer and Hughes. They led at every call, and you can see here now, Jason just took a little peek over his shoulder. He knew he had it well in hand, and they're going to hit the wire first, and he's going to get his first career win as Woodmere Dealer going right down the highway. 205-3, Hughes and Woodmere Dealer in the winner's circle next.
Woodmere Dealer arriving at the third race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 2 by Roll with it Harry. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. Owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes trains and drives. And the Colt on top at every call. And he will pace to a maiden record of 205-3. Woodmere Dealer in the third.
This replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. We're looking to breed the next champion of the 2023 season. Look no further than the star-studded lineup at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. The top-level standard-bred facility is home to Malicious, sire of freshly minted Atlantic record holder Malignity, as well as Stallion Source of Pride, who produced 3-year-old filly sensation, The Real Princess. Muscle Through It returns to Windermere Farms in 2023 after a 100% producing inaugural crop, including the undefeated Irish Ray. Well, Gold Cup and Saucer champion Somewhere Fancy will stand his second season as well. Go to Windermere Farms, PEI.weebly.com for all the information you need this coming breeding season.
Here's the official results now from the third race. Stonebridge You Bet was third. Woodmere Dealer the winner. Outrageous Show was second. Weather the Storm fifth. Windermere Kirk finished fourth. Fractions were 31-2, 102-4, 134-4, and the mile 205-3. In review, 312-54. Woodmere Dealer paid $350 to win. The exactor was $560. The triactor was $2070, and the superfecta $326.
So welcome back to the HBI Broadcast Desk at the top of the park in Charlottetown here, working on race number 4 this afternoon. But before we get to that, I want to tell you about the Red Shores Player Portal. Watch for our new Player Portal coming to Red Shores soon. This page will have everything the player needs in one location: race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver profiles, and even some racetrack stats. The new Player Portal is coming to Red Shores in just a few months. So again, we're looking on race number 4 here this afternoon, and I'm going to head towards the 6 here. Checkers Pride for Adam Murner. I do like the 5 for part of it. MD's Girl here this afternoon for Mark Campbell, and the 4, Brookdale Maggie for Corey McPherson. So I'm at 6-5-4, classifier underneath at 5-6-4. We're 6 away from race number 4.
This afternoon's 4th race on Post Parade, Bet the Deck number 1, owned by Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 2 is J.J. Kinley, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Kenny Arsenault. Tyra Perry of Tignish is the owner. Brady Sweet trains and drives, number 3, Pleasing Pink. 4 is Brookdale Maggie, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Corey McPherson drives. 5 is MD's Girl, owned by Gordon, David and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Keith is the trainer. Mark Campbell driving. Number 6, Checkers Pride, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. 3 minutes wagering time on the 4th. Watch for the new Red Shores Player Portal coming in January of 2023, with promo details coming on Boxing Day.
Yeah, 3 to go here before race number 4. And again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everyone in our great industry. And that's from Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park in Red Shores. Summerside. This ad will also be in the Trot Magazine Holiday Edition coming soon in December. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 4 this afternoon. Exactor 20-cent Super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses for the on-track players. Jackpot $25. We're going to land on the 6 here. This is Checkers Pride from Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald. They share the ownership. Melissa Rennie trains. It's going to be Adam Murner on the bike. The horse has been sharp. 2 down, 7:01s left from 3. You can see clear to the lead past the 3/4. Was a going-away winner by 4 and change, 59-4, with a closer of 31 seconds. Then last time out, December 3rd, that was the Fillies and Mares 10:51 group. Left from 4 was a good second to Maggie's Delight, 59-2, with a closer of 29-2. Post 6 this week, Adam Murner to drive Checkers Pride, 6-5. Here's the 5. This is MD's Girl here for Gordon and David and Douglas Neal. Keith Ford, they share the ownership. Keith does the training as well. It's Mark Campbell in the bike, and she's been in against some good competition of late. Fillies and mares, 10:51s. Last time out, 6th. 2 minutes closed out 29-2. But go down a little bit further. November the 19th here, that 2-5 winners of 3-5 fillies. Left off the rail was a winner for Mark, 59-4, closed 30-1. And a little bit further down, that fillies non-winners of 601 left from 3 was a winner by 3 in 58-2 with a closer of 29-4. So she's had a nice year. She does have the 5 wins this year, and she's from post 5 here this afternoon. Mark Campbell to drive. MD's Girl now at 7-2. Just a minute to go here before the 4th. Want you in on the action. Brookdale Maggie's on the screen here for Douglas Polly of Amherst. And it's Phil Sizer training, Corey McPherson to do the driving. This horse has been racing very well. We go down the lines here. You can see the 1-2 back, 701s left from 5. Was a good second at Checkers Pride. 2 minutes, 3/5, closed 30-4. And then last time out, same class, 701s left from 7. First over movement was a good third. 2 minutes, 3/5, 30-2 on the end of it. Mick Dundee and Bugger Max for 1-2. Brookdale Maggie raced very well from post 7, picking up the show prize last week. Moves to post 4 this week. Like we said, Corey McPherson to drive, 2-1. Okay, we're getting close here in race number 4. Let's take a quick look at the board. 3-1 on Bet the Deck there for Jason Hughes. Jason already has a win this afternoon. J.J. Kinley is 10-1. There's J.J. Kinley and Kenny Arsenal. They'll leave from post 2 today. Pleasing Pink and Brady Sweet. They're at 11-1. Brookdale Maggie and Corey McPherson. They're 2-1. MD's Girl and Mark Campbell 4-1. And Checkers Pride and Adam Murder from post 6 at 6-5. Getting close in the 4th. Good luck with your selections. Getting set for race number 4 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Bet the Deck, J.J. Kinley, Pleasing Pink, Brookdale Maggie, MD's Girl, Checkers Pride. Half a dozen noses on the gate here in the 4th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Pleasing Pink, the first one out. Bet the Deck along the rail. Brookdale Maggie 3rd into the turn, away 4th. That is J.J. Kinley. Now 5th is MD's Girl, the early trailer. That is Checkers Prize. So they're 3 wide at the opening 8th, and at the rail, Bet the Deck is the leader. The farthest one out is Brookdale Maggie 2nd. Closing up at the rail 3rd is J.J. Kinley. Pleasing Pink in a whole heap of trouble. Looking for a friend and about to find one. She'll drop in 4th. Racing 5th is MD's Girl, then the trailer. That's Checkers Pride. They're on by the quarter in 30. and a 1/5. And on the outside is Brookdale Maggie with the lead. Bet the Deck is coming back on to reclaim it. J.J. Kinley trying to close up now at the rail third. 30-1 was the quarter and down the stretch. Approaching the opening half mile. Bet the Deck the leader. Brookdale Maggie now will drop in second. Third up the rail is J.J. Kinley. Moving up fourth, MD's Girl. On the outside to pick up fifth is Checkers Pride. Pleasing Pink now trails 59-3 was the half. 29-2 in the second quarter. Over to the 5/8, a 2-length advantage for Bet the Deck. From the outside, MD's Girl now second. Brookdale Maggie at the rail third. Checkers Pride on to take over fourth. J.J. Kinley is fifth. And on the outside, Pleasing Pink sixth. 3/4 next. Bet the Deck will get him there. MD's Girl on the outside second. Brookdale Maggie hangs tough. She's there at the rail third. Fourth on the outside. Checkers Pride, the 3/4 up in 1:30-1. They're homeward bound. MD Girl takes over. Here's Checkers Pride coming up second. Bet the Deck third. Brookdale Maggie coming back on. On the wire they come next. Here's Checkers Pride for Murner to win the fourth. MD's Girl was second. Brookdale Maggie third. 2 minutes flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for racing number 4 from Red Shores and Charlottetown, and they were swinging off the wings here today. The 1 and the 4 battling over to the opening split. It was 30-1. The 1, Bet the Deck, did not want to give the lead to Brookdale Maggie, and Bet the Deck got the lead 30-1, 59-3. They were the boss past the half mark, went first with MD's Girl. Adam followed with Checkers Pride, 1:30-1. They swung for home. The 5 was on front, and the 6 still at tons of pace. On the end of it, Murner did not panic and got there in the end with the 6. Checkers Pride reaching up at the wire to get it all. 2 minutes flat. Checkers Pride and Murner win the third at Red Shores.
Checkers Pride in the fourth race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 by Source of Pride from the Cam's Card Shark Dam. Yankee Checkers, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope. Trained by Melissa Rennie and driven to victory by Adam Murner. Time of the mile, 2 minutes flat. Checkers Pride in the fourth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results in the fourth. Bet the Deck fourth, J.J. Kinley fifth. Pleasing Pink was sixth. Brookdale Maggie third. MD's Girl finished second. Checkers Pride was the race winner. The fractions were 30 and 1, 59 and 3, 130 and 1, and the mile 2 minutes. In review, it's 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. Checkers Pride 450, the exactor was 1090, Triactor 2310, and the superfecta was 403.
Okay, welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk in the top of the park here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Peter McPhee along with Lee Drake and Vance Cameron in the booth. We're working on race number 5 today, but also want to tell you about the Holiday Homestretch Handicapping Challenge here. Red Shores, Charlottetown, Summerside present the Holiday Homestretch Handicapping Challenge during the month of December. Players will have a chance to win great prizes, including a top prize of $500 in cash and a chance to be a guest handicapper on a select race day broadcast. So a great prize. Play the Holiday Homestretch Handicapping Challenge at Red Shore, Charlottetown, and Summerside in the month of December as we roll in the picks here for race number 5 this afternoon. Vance Cam will be along in just a second. I'm going to go outside here. This is a good betting race. I like the 7 here, Miss Sangria for Corey McPherson this afternoon. I do like the 1, Jay's Little Spark on the rail for Dale Spence. I'm going to put the 5 in, Levy and Rose here for Mark Bradley. So I'm at 715, classifier underneath at 745. Vance Cam just around the corner, 6 away from race 5.
Fifth race on the track. Number 1 is Jay's Little Spark, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis. Dale Spence drives. Southern Heart, number 2, is owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Roddy Matheson. Today, Gilles Barrio. Dueling Banjos 3 is owned by Jay and Mary Jean Noy, Denise and William Andrew, trained by Jay Noy. Mark Campbell drives. 4, Tell Me Why, is owned by Joe McDonald of Port Albert and Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Joe is the trainer. Today, Kenny Arsenault catch drives. 5 Levion Rose is owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Philip DeRoche, Mark Bradley. Mrs. Dragonfire 6, owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald. Reg is the trainer today, Harold Shepard. Miss Sangria, number 7, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Ronnie Gass. Corey McPherson drives. Number 8, Geordie's Hope, owned by Lillian Ladner of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Ladner. Jason Hughes drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring that Super High 5. And Peter, you and I are coming up with our selections in the Super High 5. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 5th race, I'm going to go in a long shot, Pete. I can't tell you the odds because there's no tickets sold on the mare I like out in front. And it's a Kenny Arsenault catch drive on the 4. Tell me why, and to me, just mind-boggling with no tickets to win on this mare today at this time. I like the 7, Miss Sangria. She'll have to leave and get a place in the early going from the outside. Going to go to the rail J's, a little spark for 3rd. Then I like the 5, Levion Rose. And to complete my Super High 5, I'm going to throw in the Barrio catch drive on the 2, Southern Heart. From the booth, it's 4, 7, 1, 5, 2. Peter, down to you and your choices.
Yeah, Vance, I'm going to put the 4 in, but not quite on top. I'm going to put the 7 on top. That's Miss Sangria, like you said, for Corey McPherson. I like her to win this here. I do like the 1, Jay's Little Spark, the 5, Livy and Rose, then the 4, Tell Me Why. I think she'll be part of it, Vance, as well. And the 3, I'm going to put in the 3, Dueling Banjo. So I'm at 7, 1, 5, 4, 3. And Vance, before I let you go, the Drive for Charity, again, the holiday edition. Great job by everyone in 2022.
You know what, Peter? So nice to have it get back, even if it was for a short period of time. However, we had 10 businesses and 10 charities, and they made a big benefit from that Drive for Charity. I'm sure it's returning in 23.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, thank you to everybody who took part in the 2022 edition. Okay, this is a good betting board here in race number 5. Super High 5 wants you in on the action. 5-2 on Jay's Little Spark on the rail here today. Southern Heart 13-1. Dueling Banjos is now 9-2 as the odds flick. Tell Me Why. Now the choice for Kenny Arsenault at 5-2. Levian Rose now down to 4-1. Mrs. Dragonfire 11-1. Miss Sangria is 5-2, and Geordie's Hope is 20-1. So again, it's anybody's race here in the 5th. Good luck with your picks. Getting set for race number 5 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Super High 5. Vance, up to you for the call.
Oh, and Pete, a mighty good betting board today. How's about after the post parade when I selected the 4, no tickets out? Right now, she's the favorite as they go to the gate. Jay's Little Spark, Southern Heart, Dueling Banjos, Tell Me Why, LeVion Rose, Mrs. Dragonfire, Miss Sangria, Geordie's Hope, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Tell Me Why gets the first call. Towards the rail is Jay's A Little Spark. LeVion Rose third into the turn. Mrs. Dragonfire. Then towards the rail is Dueling Banjos. Southern Heart's away 6. Miss Sangria's unhurried. She's 7th. And the trailer is Geordie's Hope. Up the backstretch they go to the opening quarter. Tell Me Why for Kenny Arsenault on the early lead. Jay's A Little Spark is second. LeVion Rose found a spot to race on the pylons third. Fourth is Dueling Banjos. Mrs. Dragonfire has 5th. Then it's Southern Heart 6th. Miss Sangria 7th. Trailing 8th is Geordie's Hope 29. And 2 opened it up as they arrive at the 3/8. The leader is Tell Me Why. The 2-hole ride belongs to Jay's Little Spark. LeVion Rose racing from 3rd. That's Dueling Banjos 4th. Here comes Southern Heart. She's first up on the outside 5th. Mrs. Dragonfire is 6th. Outside now is Miss Sangria 7th. And to the outside the trailer, that is Geordie's Hope. Opening half mile 59 and 4. Midway into the paddock turn for the second time. It's Tell Me Why. The leader at 5/8. Jay's A Little Spark is second. LeVion Rose third. Dueling Banjos 4th. Southern Heart is stalled on the outside 5th. Mrs. Dragonfire riding the rail 6th. Miss Sangria swinging out 3 wide 7th. Trailing the field, Geordie's Hope is 8th. They're by the 3/4. Tell Me Why is still there. Here comes Dueling Banjos now upon the outside second. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 2 down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Tell Me Why will bring them home. Jay's A Little Spark is second. Dueling Banjos third. LeVion Rose on the far outside. Deep stretch now. Tell Me Why. Jay's A Little Spark. Tell Me Why. Every call's a winning one for Kenny Arsenault. We'll need a place picture. Traveled a mile in 2:01 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon, and let's tip our hat to track announcer Vance Cameron for nailing this right on the nose here. Tell Me Why, no ticket sold. When he made his pick, she went off as the choice. So, Vance, congratulations on a great call here in race number 4. 29 and 2, Tell Me Why. And Kenny, right from the hop today, they led at 59 and 4. They were the boss past the half. Great rating by Kenny. 3/4, 130 and 2. She's still there. They swing for home here now. They're going to try to get to her late. 1 on the inside, 3 further inside, but no way. The 4 fends them all off and goes right down the highway. Tell Me Why. Gate to wire score in race number 5 at Redshores.
Here's Tell Me Why arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Pacing brown mare 13 by Jeremy's Jet from the Jate Lobel Dam. All I Want to Be, owned by Joe McDonald of Port Albin and Alexis Gas of Cornwall, trained by Joe McDonald. Kenny Arsenault with that catch driving call to the winner's circle, and for Kenny, his second winner today for the double. The veteran mare scores in 2:01 and a 1/5. Tell Me Why in the Super High 5. Now, the official results in race number 5, Jay's Little Spark was second, Southern Heart 8th, Dueling Banjos 4th. Tell Me Why, the race winner, Le'Veon Rose 3rd, Mrs. Dragonfire was 6th, Miss Sangria finished 7th, Geordie's Hope was 5th. The fractions were 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and the mile in 201 and 1. In review, it's 284, 136, 75. Tell Me Why paid $630 to win. The Exactor 2020, Triactor 166.20, and the Super High 5 was cashed at $315.86.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at Red Shore, Charlottetown here at the HBI broadcast desk in Charlottetown, working on race number 6. And yeah, kudos to Vance Cameron for having Tell Me Why on top of the ticket in race number 5. I want to tell you about Holiday Stay and Play giveaway at Red Shore Summerside. Red Shore Summerside pleased to offer the Holiday Stay and Play giveaway. Customers have a chance to win some great prizes, including a 2-night stay at the Microtel Inn and Suites by Wyndham Summerside. For more details on the Holiday Stay and Play, please visit redshores.ca as we slide in the picks here for race number 6, heading to the rail here. That's I'll Tell Me Ma and Mark Vadley. They won last week. They're moving on up, see if they can do it again. Do like the 4 for part of it. That's Pacific Delight and Gilles Barrio. And they're going to put the 3 in, Silly Amos, Mike McCougan today. So I'm at 143, classifier 142. We're 7 minutes away from race number 6.
All Tell Me Ma leads the sixth race on parade, owned by Scott Dunn of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson, Mark Bradley driving. Locker up number 2, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown. 3, Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Mike McGuigan catch drives. 4, Pacific Delight is owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario, trained by Ron Matheson, Chills Burial. Catch a Few Rays wears number 5, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Adam Murner. That's Me a Bad number 6, owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Jay Noy, Mark Campbell drives. Number 7, Win or Lose, Drink the Booze, owned by Windermere Farms, Lana Murphy, and Lois Blaisdell, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 6. Back to Peter and the top contenders in just a moment.
Yeah, just a reminder for the folks on track today, the Pick 5 starts in race number 6. Your ballots can be found just inside the front cover of today's race program. And again, thank you to the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association for the Pick 5. Has to be in before the start of this race. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 6. Exactor, 20-cent super. The try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket. Wild horses here. Jackpot, $25. All Tell Me Ma on the screen here for Scott Dunn of Montague. Colin Johnson trains. Mark Bradley's going to do the driving, and the horse was good last week. 851s from post 7. A little tussle early off the wings, but did clear up to the lead, and then went right down the road and scored in 59-1, closed out 29-4. Was a nice win, won by 2 and change. Last time out at the 851s. Prior to that, had been at the 1051s. Left 6, finished 4th, 2, 4, and 2, and over and off track. And if you go down a little bit further, that Fillies and Mares Preferred 3 finished 5th on the edges, 58-2, 29-2 on the end of it. Comes off a win, goes up a little bit this week to the 1051s, and gets the rail for Mark Bradley, 1-2. Okay, here's the 4. This is Pacific Delight for Jack Keenan and Joseph Dahl. They share the ownership. Ronnie Matheson trained Joe Barrio to do the driving. She was excellent in the Autumn Series. 2 down November the 26th. Tracked all the way from the 2-hole. Just missed by a quarter of a length. 2, 3, and 1 over the off going, and then came right back in the final. Last week, left from 3. She tracked the entire way. She reached up at the very end and was just nipped. Beaten by a nose last time out. Doc Darrell won it. Pacific Delight was closing hard on the end of it. Second, 58-4 with a closer of 29-1. Her form is excellent. Good spot to work from. Barrio drives 8-5. And here's Silly Amos for David Kent of North Rustico. Kenny Arsenault trains. It's Mike McGuigan in the sulky today. Dropping down a Silly Amos. Had been as high as that 1551 level. You can see 851s back on the 19th. Left from 5 was a winner. 2 minutes. Closed out 30-2 for Amber Campbell on that day, and then went to the 1301s last time out. Left to 6th. Only beaten 3. 2 minutes, 2/5. Closed out 30-2. So drops down from the 1301s to the 1051s, like we said, Michael Guigan today on Silly Amos, 22-1. Okay, getting close here in race number 6, and we're getting close to a final call as well on your 50-50 tickets today. Right now, the winner is going to get over $325. So last call for 50-50s if you're looking for your 50-50 tickets today. Getting set for race number 6 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, it is the start of the on-track pick 5. Up to you for the call.
6th race going to the gate with I'll Tell Me Ma, Lock Her Up, Silly Amos. Pacific Delight, Catch a Few Rays, That's Me a Bad, and Win or Lose, Drink the Booze. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, Silly Amos leaving out. I'll Tell Me Ma on the rail, third to the turn. That's Lock Her Up to get away fourth. Pacific Delight, Catch a Few Rays in fifth, racing from 6. That's Me a Bad, and Win or Lose, Drink the Booze may be in trouble here in the backfield as they race up the backstretch going to the opening quarter. Led by Silly Amos, and that lead is short-lived. Here comes the heavy favorite on to take over top spot as they arrive at the quarter. I'll Tell Me Ma clears for Mark Bradley. Racing from second, that is Silly Amos. Lock Her Up third, 29. And for the opening quarter, racing from fourth, Pacific Delight, then Catch a Few Rays fifth. That's Me a Bad is 6. In the backfield, the trailer, Win or Lose, Drink the Booze. Down the stretch they come, arriving next at the midway point, led by I'll Tell Me Ma. She'll get them halfway home. Silly Amos races from second, Lock Her Up third. Here comes Pacific Delight, underway fourth. Following her out fifth is Catch a Few Rays. Then That's Me a Bad is 6, and trailing the field is Win or Lose, Drink the Booze. A half mile in a minute. And a 1/5 with 3/8 left to go. I'll Tell Me Ma, the leader. First up now to take over second is Pacific Delight. Third at the rail is Silly Amos. Moving up fourth on the outside is Catch a Few Rays. On the rail, fifth is Lock Her Up. That's Me a Bad 6. Win or Lose, Drink the Booze. Never did get into this one. They're by the 3/4. I'll Tell Me Ma got him there in 1:30. And 4. Silly Amos reclaims second. Catch a Few Rays swinging out 3 wide, looking for third. In between horses, Pacific Delight. And they're headed on down the home stretch. I'll Tell Me Ma. Silly Amos looking to upset her. Lock Her Up coming on at the rail. I'll Tell Me Ma in line to Mark Bradley. Silly Amos second. Lock Her Up is third. The time for the mile in 2 minutes. 1/5.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Brought to you by Universum Media. And yeah, she won last week at the 851s. Headed her own way. She was in the 2-hole briefly here today, I'll Tell Me Ma. Out and around 29-4, the leader here. 1 minute and 1 past the half. They raced the backside. It was 1:30-4. Pacific Delight went first. They swung for home here now, and it's still the 1, but it looked like Silly Amos might reach up and try to get her here in the stretch. Not going to happen, though, as I'll Tell Me Ma fights them off here late, and Bradley gets it done again. 2 minutes and 1/5. They go back-to-back in consecutive weekends at Red Shore. Silly Amos, yeah, we liked her this week. She's in for second, tight for third, but I'll Tell Me Ma and Bradley win the 6th at Red Shores.
I'll Tell Me Ma in the 6th race winner's circle. By pacing mare 6 by Maripan Gigolo off the Riverboat Kingdom River Swing. Homebred of Scott John of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson and driven to victory by Mark Bradley in 2 minutes and a 1/5. I'll Tell Me Ma in the 6th. Here's the official results in race 6. I'll Tell Me Ma, the winner. Lock Her Up, 3rd. Silly Amos finished 2nd. Pacific Delight, 4th. Catch a Few Rays, 5th. That's Me a Bad was 6th. Win or Lose, Drink the Booze finished 7th and had broken equipment. Fractions went 29 and 4. 1 minute 1. 1:30 and 4. And the mile was 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review, it's 1:32. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll Tell Me Ma, 260. The exactor 1930, triactor 6010, and the superfecta was 1423.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at the HBI broadcast desk on a Saturday afternoon here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. We're through the first half of the program, working on the back half as well. I want to tell you about the Atlantic Invitational Series. The Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walter Dale at EPR, and events around the Maritimes included the Governor's Plate, the Lindsay Cup, the Premier's Pace, the Gauguin Memorial, the Conroy at Truro, and the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. The Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup final was held on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday. The winner was Twin B Tough Enough for owner Patrick Morris, trainer Bronnie Matheson, and driver Gilles Barrio. You can watch for details to be announced soon on the 2023 Atlantic Invitational Series and the road to the Premier's Cup as we roll in the picks here for race number 7. I'm going to head towards the 2 here. That's Crimson and Clover for Kenny Arsenault. Kenny's having a nice day. He already has 2 wins on the program, so he's looking for the hat trick. I like the 1. Heather's Pet here. Corey McPherson, they're on the rail. I'm going to put the 4 in. It's Dally time for Gilles Barrio this afternoon. Classifier underneath, matching strides at 2-1-4. Horses on the track next for race number 7.
The Pacers and their drivers for the 7th race have entered the track. Number 1, Heather's Pet, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Corey McPherson drives. Crimson and Clover, number 2, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Money Honey 3 is owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall and Dunsan Farms of Warren Grove. Nick Oakes is the trainer driver. It's Dally Time, number 4, is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204, today Jill's Burial. 5 is DC's First Girl, owned by Dave Kelly and Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on the 7th race. Back to the broadcast desk with Peter McPhee with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Thank you very much, Vince. Yeah, 6 in the books here this afternoon. The race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And we thank, the folks at Metro Home Building Center. We kicked it off in race number 1 this afternoon. And, it was Elm Grove Nancy getting it done again. 3 splits of 29 and 1, 1 minute 2. She went second over, cleared up 133. And you can see her now here. She's in deep stretch and going to win again. 2:04 and 4, 3 in a row for Elm Grove Nancy. And Joe Barrow, they kicked off the program. Winners here today, 760 was the win ticket, 60.50, the exactor 148.50 in race number 1. Race number 2 today, it was Incredible 2 on the drop. She had been racing the Open Trotters, dropped down to the 11:01. You can see here now she's on the far outside, going to track down Tequila Tuesday through 29 and 3, 1 minute 2, 132 and 1, and there she is, getting up in the final strides to win. Incredible 2 and Kenny Arsenault, 2:02 and 3. They were 260, 1060, 34.40 in race number 2. Moving over to race number 3 today. He'd been second 4 straight weeks in a row. Was Woodmere dealer Jason Hughes put him on the point today, and they would not look back, going right down the highway. 31 and 2, 102 and 4, 134 and 4, and you can see here now they're going to get to the wire first. 2:05 and 3, the first win of Woodmere dealer's career. He got it done here today for Jason Hughes at 350 on the nose. The 23 was at 560, and the try at 231 at $20.70. Race number 4 today. Checkers Pride and Adam Murder. They came from the back after 30 and 1. 59 and 3, 130 and 1. You can see here going to reach up and collar MD's Girl late in the mile. 2 minutes flat as Checkers Pride comes from the back and gets there first for Adam Murner today. 450 on the nose, 1090 the exactor. The try was 23.10. Moving along to race number 5. Vance Cameron, Ed Tell Me Why on the point today, and that's exactly what happened through 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 130 and 2, and she got the job done right on the engine here today. She went right down the highway for Kenny Arsenault and was a winner. Jazel Spark was second, and Levy and Rose was third. 415 was 166.20 in race number 5 today. And in race number 6, we just watched it. It was a good horse race. All Tell Me Ma. She won last time out. She went up the ladder and got it done here again today. 29 and 4, 1 minute 1, 130 and 4. She's taking some pressure late from Silly Amos, but will fend them all off and win again. 2 minutes and a fifth. All Tell Me Ma and Bradley go back to back at Red Shore. Silly Amos second, lock her up third. That 132 try was $60.10. That's the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Heather's Pet, Crimson and Clover. Money Honey, it's Dally time. DC's First Girl, starting gate, swings round the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. There they go, off and pacing, and Heather's Pet is the first one out. Money Honey is second, Crimson and Clover third into the turn. To get away fourth, it's Dally time, then the trailer. That'll be DC's First Girl. So they approach the opening eighth. It'll be Heather's Pet for McPherson to show the way early. Here goes Crimson and Clover to the outside, early second. Third up the rail is Money Honey, racing from fourth. That's It's Dally time. Trailing the field is DC's First Girl. They're over to the opening quarter. Crimson and Clover on to take over the lead. In line to Kenny Arsenault. Heather's Pet is second, racing from third. Money Honey, then fourth. Along the inside, it's Dally time. Trailing the field, DC's First Girl. So the opening quarter was mighty soft in here, 31 and 4. And we had early movement on the front end. Crimson and Clover, the leader, approaching the half mile. Heather's Pet is there second. Money Honey's in third. It's Dally time fourth. Trailing the field, that is DC's First Girl. Halfway home in the seventh, led by Crimson and Clover, the half, in 102 and 1. Racing second is Heather's Pet on the turn third. That's Money Honey. It's Dally time fourth. Trailing the field, DC's First Girl up the backstretch now to the three quarters. That is the next station. Crimson and Clover showing the way. Getting that perfect two-hole ride is Heather's Pet. Third up the rail, Money Honey. It's Dally time on the outside. Now fourth, trailing the field. DC's First Girl. Three quarters in 1. 33 and 4. They round that turn for the second and final time. Shade more than an eighth of a mile out. Crimson and Clover the leader. Heather's Pet now coming to the outside. The challenge down the stretch. Money Honey third. It's Dally time fourth. Deep in the stretch now. Heather's Pet on the outside. Crimson and Clover trying to come back on. Heather's Pet and McPherson on the line. Crimson and Clover was second. Money Honey third. 2-0, 3 and 4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for racing number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Brought to you by Universal Media. Crimson and Clover in the three-hole briefly here this afternoon for Kenny Arsenault, but out and around and to the front, and leaders 31 and 4 past the opening split. They swung to the half in 102 and 1. Still Crimson and Clover and Arsenault. Heather's Pet was sitting in the two-hole. Backside was 133 and 4, and it looked like the two of these were going to decide it as they swung for home in the stretch. Two trying to hang on, one angling out here late. Heather's Pet and Corey McPherson, and yes, they're going to reach up in the final strides to nail the two right on the wire. Heather's Pet and McPherson getting there in the end. 2-0-3 and 4 for Heather's Pet and Corey McPherson. Crimson and Clover second, Money Honey third, 1-2-3 in the seventh at Red Shores.
Here comes Heather's Pet into the 7th race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 by Stonebridge Terror from the Artist Cape Dam. White Sand Artist, a homebred of Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown, nearly does the training. Corey McPherson along for the winning ride. Time for the mile in 2:03 and 4. Heather's Pet in the 7th. Here's the official results in race 7. Heather's Pet the winner, Crimson and Clover second. Money Honey was third. It's Dally Time fourth. DC's First Girl finished fifth. The fractions were 31 and 4, 102 and 1, 133 and 4, and the mile in 2:03 and 4. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heather's Pet paid $310. The exactor $440, triactor $29.60. And the superfactor was $281.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at the HBI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. We're working on the backside of the card here, working on race number 8 in just a moment. But I also want to tell you about December's meal and deal special at Red's Gold Cup Lounge on the Red Shore Charlottetown Casino floor. It's an 8-ounce strip loin steak, crispy fries, and dessert. The meal is $19.95. Rewards members, they get a $10 free play or match play Friday night at Red's Gold Cup Lounge. In December, as we slide in the picks here for race number 8, I'm going to head towards the 5 here. That's Plain Jane and Mark Campbell. I do like the 3 for part of it. You bet him a good one. She raced good last week. She has to move up. Gets David Dowling in the bike. I do like her for part of it. And the 2 as well, Elm Grove Mistress here for Jason Hughes. So I'm at 5-3-2, classifier underneath at 5-3-4, 8 away from race number 8 at Red Shores.
Mag Easy Light on the 8th race post parade, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle leads the trainer. Corey McPherson drives. Elm Grove Mistress number 2, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. Jason Hughes drives. You Bet I'm a Good One number 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Mark Gallant, and Knox Pavlatos. Trained by Jeff Lilly, David Dowling. For Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown. Trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. 5 is Plain Jane, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Mark Campbell is the trainer driver. The Lady Sheriff 6 is owned by Elizabeth Courtney of Maddish Cove, Newfoundland. Trained by Mark Campbell. Today, Mark Bradley catch drives. 7 is Topville Angelina, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Gene Smallman. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, driven by Jill's Burial. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
And just a reminder, the Atlantic Classic Sale would like to remind buyers who purchased yearlings at the 2022 sale that they are now available for transfer with Standardbred Canada. It is recommended that the horses be transferred within 90 days of the sale. Okay, 2 to go here before race number 8. Exactor 20-cent super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your tick with the wild horses. Jackpot $25 for the on-track players. We land on Plain Jane here for Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Mark Campbell trains, and Mark's going to do the driving as well. Plain Jane's been racing some tough customers of late. You can see Fillies and Mares Preferred 1-3 back there. She was 4th to Ace 44 Dome 54-2. Closed out 29-2. Remained at the Fillies and Mares Preferred 1. 2 starts back, finished 4th, 56-1, and then last time out, December 3rd, 4th, beaten just 2, 58, closed out in 29. She's had a nice year, 4 wins from 22 starts, and she gets the Fillies and Mares Preferred 3s today from post 5. Mark Campbell to drive. Plain Jane, 3 to 5. Here's the 3. You Bet I'm a Good One for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Mark Gallant, and Knox Pavlavos. They share the ownership. Jeff Lilly is the trainer. David Dowling will be the driver today. She's been sharp of late. 2 back, Fillies and Mares Preferred 3s. Good second that day to Woodmere Roll Lily on the off track, and then came back December 3rd. Last time out, 15-51s, shot off the wings and went right down the highway, gate to wire, 57-1, closed out 29-2. It was a real nice win, won by over 3 lengths last time out. Back up the ladder to the Fillies and Mares Preferred 3s. Like we said, David Dowling hops up on You Bet I'm a Good One, 5 to 1. Here's the 2. This is Elm Grove Mistress, Jennifer Doyle, Danny Burt. They share the ownership. Jennifer does the training. Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, will do the driving here. This mare has been excellent all season long. 27 for 39 in top 3s, and that includes 10 wins. The quickest 54-4 over Charlottetown. And last week it was different tactics for the Jason Hughes and Elm Grove Mistress. They sat in the pocket and then reached up late to win 58-1 with a closer of 28-2. Usually she's up near the action. I think she will be again here today. Elm Grove Mistress at 9-2. Getting set for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Maggie's Delight, Elm Grove Mistress. You Bet I'm a Good One, Ms. Moyes. Plain Jane, the Lady Sheriff. Top Bill Angelina's on the outside, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Elm Grove Mistress firing out up the rail. Maggie's Delight third into the turn. You Bet I'm a Good One. Plain Jane's away fourth. Ms. Moyes fifth. Sixth, the Lady Sheriff, the early trailer. Top Bill Angelina to the backstretch they go, led by Elm Grove Mistress. Right at her on the outside. Here's You Bet I'm a Good One and Dowling. They're pointed to the lead. Second is Elm Grove Mistress. Third up the rail, Maggie's Delight. Plain Jane got away fourth. Racing fifth is Ms. Moyes. Then racing from sixth, that is the Lady Sheriff. Trailing seventh, Top Bill Angelina. A solid opening quarter here. 28 and 1 opened it up, arriving at the 3/8, led by You Bet I'm a Good One. Second is Elm Grove Mistress, on the move on the outside to pick up third. Plain Jane is underway. In at the rail fourth, that is Maggie's Delight. Ms. Moyes fifth. Up on the outside sixth, the Lady Sheriff. Trailing the field, Top Bill Angelina seventh. 57 and 4. Others sitting up here as they round the turn, approaching the 5/8, led by You Bet I'm a Good One. On her outside to challenge is Plain Jane. Elm Grove Mistress at the rail third. The Lady Sheriff picks up fourth on the outside. Racing from fifth is Maggie's Delight. Then it's Ms. Moyes sixth. Trailing seventh, Top Bill Angelina. They're by 3/4. And on the outside, new leader, Plain Jane is taken over lead for Campbell. 3/4 up in 1:27 and 3. Eighth of a mile out. Plain Jane on the outside, the leader. You Bet I'm a Good One is second. Third up the rail is Elm Grove Mistress. The Lady Sheriff fourth. Deep stretch now. Plain Jane, Elm Grove Mistress. Plain Jane gets there for Mark Campbell. Tight for the deuce. Maggie's Delight up against Elm Grove Mistress. 1:57.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon, brought to you by Universum Media. She had to work for it here today in the drop, but she gets there in the end. We'll take you through it. You Bet I'm a Good One. Wanted the front end today. Slingshot off the wings for Dowling. 28 and 1. They're over there. And the leaders, 57 and 4. Elm Grove Mistress in the 2-hole. Maggie's Delight 3. First over move for Plain Jane. Backside 127 and 3. She still wasn't clear of the 3. You Bet I'm a Good One. They swing for home. And she's still grinding on the outside is the 5, Plain Jane. And going to reach up in the final strides for Campbell and get there in the end. 157 and 4. Had to work for it today, but tip your hat. She was out a long way and gets there in the end. Plain Jane wins the 8th at Redshores.
Well, here comes the Campbell Trio into the 8th race winner's circle with number 5, Plain Jane. Bay pacing mare 4 by Shadow Play off the Pearl River Mat Dam. Ruthie Jane, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Mark Campbell training and driving. Time of the mile 157 and 4. Plain Jane in the 8th. Here's the official results in the 8th race. Maggie's Delight was second. Elm Grove Mistress third. You Bet I'm a Good One fifth. Ms. Moise was sixth. Plain Jane, the race winner. The Lady Sheriff fourth. Topville Angelina finished seventh. The fractions were 28 and 1, 57 and 4, 127 and 3, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, 235-6147. Plain Jane paid $290. The exactor $21.20, triactor $38.40, and the superfactor was $40.51.
Okay, welcome back to the HBI Broadcast Desk at the top of the park. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. We're working on race number 9 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. We've had some great racing along the way, and also want to tell you about the Redshores Holiday Getaway Promotion. Redshores Reward Club members, they have a chance to win a $5,000 travel voucher leading up to the holidays. You simply insert your Rewards Club card into any slot machine to receive a ballot each day and earn a ballot for every 100 points accumulated. For full contest details, please visit Redshores.ca. Great promotion there from Red Shores. As we slide in the picks here for the 9th, it is the open trot. I'm going to head towards the 3 Jessica, moving inside from the outside post 6. Last week I do like the 5, Hell of a Ride. He is rolling right now, looking for 3 in a row. And the 1, Freddie, on the rail here today. So I'm at 3-5-1, classifier underneath at 3-1-5, post parade in 7 minutes. Okay, 4 away from race number 9, and here is the place photo in the 8th. Wow, it was tight. The 1 rallying up, Maggie's Delight and Corey McPherson. They do get the place over the 2, Elm Grove Mistress. Jason Hughes very tight for the place, but it is the 1 in race number 8. Thanks again to the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Post-parade next.
Open trotters for the 9th race have entered the track. Number 1, Freddie, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Two is Summit City Nate, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Philip Darage, Adam Murder. Jessie Jess or Jessica, number 3, is owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer Doyle leads the trainer, David Dowling up. Windermere Don't You Worry, number 4, is owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Philip Darage, Corey McPherson. 5 is Hall of a Ride, owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick, Jason Hughes. 3 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. Live race returns on Saturday and Sunday. Post time set for 12:30. And don't forget about the special Sunday brunch and live racing for only $16.95.
Okay, just a reminder again about that 2022 foal incentive. PEI full foals of 2022. The mare must have resided on PEI for 183 days during the 2022 foaling year, and you can get more information on the 2022 foal incentive at the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association website. Okay, 2 to go here before race number 9. It is the open trot at Red Shores. Exactor, 20-cent super. The try as well. 20-cent pick 4 is underway here, the late pick 4. And tag your ticket for the on-track players jackpot at $25. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica for Jennifer Doyle, Danny Burt. They share the ownership. Jen does the training as well. David Dowling's in the bike. 3 straight weeks in a row, the horse has been second. Racing very well. Open 3 back second there to Southwind Arturo. Charted 59. Came back in the open on the 26th of November. Second to Hall of a Ride. And then last time out, again from post 6, was second to Hall of a Ride. 59-2 closed out. 30-2. She's had a dynamite season. 7 wins from 19 starts. 57-3 the quickest here in Charlottetown. Moves from post 6 to post 3 and is the favorite at 1-4. And here is Hall of a Ride for Janice Hubbard of St. John. Janice does the training as well. Jason Hughes gets the call here today, and this horse has been rolling in the open trot. 2 down from post 2 was put on the engine and never looked back. Won by 5 and change, 2-5-2 over a track rated 5 seconds off, but came right back last week from post 5, and Kenny Murphy again put Hall of a Ride on the front, and they went coast to coast. Won by 3 and change, 58-4, closed out 30-3. He's rolling right now. It's Jason Hughes this week. He's in the same spot, looking for 3 in a row. 9-5. Moving on over to the rail, it's Freddie for the 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston. Campbell trains. Mark's going to do the driving as well. Caught out a little bit last week was Freddie. Ended up 4th, 2 minutes, 2 fifths, closed out 31-1. If you go down the lines, you can see he was off the rail, 3 back in the open, tracked along for 3rd, 59-1, 29-4 on the end of it. And the one prior to that, on November the 3rd, left 3, was second to Jessie Jess or Jessica, 2 minutes, closed out in 30-2. He does have 5 wins this year from 23 starts, and he's on the rail. He's going to be tucked in here today. Mark Campbell will drive Freddie 7-1. Getting set for race number 9 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Open Trotters back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
And the Open Trotters from the rail out. Freddie, Summit City Nate, Jesse, Jess or Jessica, Windermere, don't you worry. Oliver Ride, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Oliver Ride is leaving out. Freddie along the rail between horses. Third is Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Summit City Nate will round the turn fourth, followed by the trailer. That is Windermere, don't you worry. Up the backstretch they go to the quarter, and Oliver Ride on the outside is the leader. Freddie's about to give way for the two-hole ride. Racing from third is Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Summit City Nate is fourth, and trailing the field, that's Windermere, don't you worry. On by that opening station, and Oliver Ride quickly opens up by 2.5 for the Blue Knight Use. Stop an opening quarter. Wow, check this one out. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 3, and they were on the trot doing it. Down the stretch they come. Oliver Ride is the leader. Second is Freddie. Then in third, that's Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Summit City Nate races fourth. Trailing the field, that is Windermere, don't you worry. Oliver Ride gets them halfway home in a backed up second panel. 59 and 1 was the half. Racing around the paddock turn, arriving at 5/8. Oliver Ride the leader. Freddie is second. There goes Jesse, Jess or Jessica on the outside third. Windermere, don't you worry, has fourth on the outside, trailing at the rail, but not out of it. That is Summit City Nate. They're over to three-quarters. Oliver Ride is opened up by 2. Jesse, Jess or Jessica second. Freddie up the rail third. Windermere, don't you worry, swinging out 3 wide fourth. Summit City Nate fifth. The three-quarters in a 1:31 flat. They're homeward bound. Oliver Ride the leader. Windermere, don't you worry, looking for a colossal upset now. Deep in the stretch, Windermere, don't you worry, in an open trot. Shocker for Corey McPherson. Oliver Ride was second. Freddie's third. 2 minutes 4/5.
Okay, here's the slow-mo coming up for race number 9 at Red Shores in Charlottetown. It was the open trot. Slow-mo brought to you by Universum Media. And yeah, Oliver Ride won at the front end. He was looking for 3 in a row this week, 27 and 3. Is that snappy for the open trot on December the 10th? Wow, 59 and 1 through the half. Backside was 131. Still Oliver Ride first over for Jesse, Jess or Jessica. Not today, but tracking that cover was Windermere. Don't you worry. And he was full of trot on the end of it here now. Corey looking over saying, yeah, I got this wrapped up deep in the lane. 2 minutes 4/5 for Windermere. Don't you worry. He was storming on the end of it, and he gets there in the end to win the open trot at Red Shores.
Windermere, don't you worry. On his way to the 9th race winner's circle, trotting Chestnut Stallion. He's 7 by Armbro Barrister off the Revenue SM Ginternal Revenue. All by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Philip DeRoche and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. Corey's second winner for the double. The time for the mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. Windermere, don't you worry, in an open trot shocker at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the 9th race. Freddie was 3rd, Summit City Nate 5th. Jesse Jessor Jessica finished 4th. Windermere, don't you worry, the race winner. Oliver Ride finished 2nd. The fractions were 27 and 3, 59 and 1, 131, and the mile was 2 minutes and 4/5. In review, it's 35412. Windermere, don't you worry, paid $44 to win. The exactor $180.90. The triactor was $379.10, and the superfecta was $44.52. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today, valued at $343. The winning number going to be E2691509. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $343, E2691509. Good luck.
Okay, welcome back to the HPI broadcast desk in the top of the park. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, 3 to go on the live presentation this afternoon. I also want to tell you about HPI players on PEI who play Redshores, Charlottetown, and play $50 or more. Will get 2% cash back in their accounts and qualify for a chance to win a $500 account bonus rebate. You can watch for it, and you can opt in at hpibet.com. As we look at the selections here for race number 10, I'm going to head towards the 2 here. That's Rock the Baby for David Dowling. They'll even slide in a spot to the scratch of the 1 Acroturi. I do like the 6 for part of it here today. JM Sports Fan for Steven Shepard. I'm going to put the 4 in, Steal Me a Treasure, and Mark Campbell. So I'm at 264, classifier underneath at 236, 6 minutes away from race number 10 at Redshores.
The 10th race on the track for the parade. 1 is Scratch, 2 Rock the Baby, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Traces of Purple 3 is owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204, Jules Burial. Steal Me a Treasure number 4 is owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Mark Campbell drives. Lions Jenny Lee number 5, owned by Chris and Suzanne Davies and Carol Wright. Chris does the training today, Corey McPherson. JM Sports Fan number 6, owned by John Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Wayne McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, driven by Stephen Shepard. Number 7, You Ain't Dolly, owned by Kelsey Curran of Peaks and David Amadio from Port Morion, Nova Scotia, trained by Brendan Curran. Mark Bradley up. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 10. A special thanks to the Shepherd Stable and their ownership group of Mo McCabe, Angus Burt, John Burt, Wayne McPherson, George Burke, and Harold Shepard. They will have a special presentation after this race.
And just a reminder as well of the 2023 Breeders' Conference. Yeah, it's presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. It's going to happen right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown, February 10th and 11th, right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. You can register at PEIharnessracing.ca under the Forums tab. And that's a mark the date, save the date for the 2023 Breeders' Conference. Again, February 10th and 11th, right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. You can sign up at PEIharnessracing.ca. Okay, just a minute to go here before race number 10. Exactor 20-cent super, the try, win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the on-track jackpot at $25. Rock the Baby here, dropping in class for David Dowling. Windermere Farms owns Earl Watts trains. David Dowling to do the driving. Last time out, you can see he had to race that 18:01 level. Good group here. Left from 4, finished 6, 59, and 4. But if you go down a little bit further, 15:51s on the 20th. Left from 4 was a good second to Philly 47, 57 and 2. Closed out in 29. 13:01s this week inside for David Dowling, 6-5. Okay, here's the 6. This is JM Sports Fan for John Burt, Mo McCabe, Harold Shepard, Wayne McPherson. They all share the ownership on JM Sports Fan. Harold Shepard trained Stephen Shepard to do the driving. We liked her last week, and she raced great. Left from 6. You can see was storming home. Finished 3rd, only beaten half a length. Howmack Blaze better than men. And JM Sports Fan, they were all in the blanket finish. She was 3rd, just beating the length. 59 and 4 closed out. 30 and 1. Same level and the same post position, same driver. Maybe they get there this week. JM Sports Fan, 2-1. Here's Steal Me a Treasure, leaving from post 4 today. Jennifer Doyle, Danny Bird. They are the co-owners. Jen does the training as well. Mark Campbell in the bike. Another close finish last weekend for Steal Me a Treasure. Fillies and Mares 13:01. She was 4th, beaten half a length. That's how tight it was last week between Howmack Blaze, Better Than Men, JM Sports Fan, and Steal Me a Treasure. They were all right there at the wire. This horse was 4th, only half a length away. We go down a little bit further on November the 5th. Again, a good second. Alliance Jenny Lee, 56-1 with a closer of 29 and 3. In the middle today, Mark to drive, Steal Me a Treasure, 3-1. Getting set for race number 10 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Rock the Baby, Traces of Purple, Steal Me a Treasure, Lions, Jenny Lee, JM Sports Fan, You Ain't Dolly. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, leaving out Traces of Purple, and Rock the Baby towards the rail will take him into the turn. Traces of Purple is second, JM Sports Fan third, driving up fourth, You Ain't Dolly. Steal Me a Treasure fifth, then the early trailer. That is Lions, Jenny Lee. They straighten to the backstretch, going to the quarter. Rock the Baby for Dowling on the early lead. Second is Traces of Purple, racing from third. That is JM Sports Fan. On the rail, fourth is You Ain't Dolly. Going to the outside, fifth. That's Steal Me a Treasure underway, trailing the field. That is Lions, Jenny Lee, 30. And 2/5 was the opening quarter. Midway around that upper turn for the first time, Rock the Baby, the fraction center. In at the rail, second is Traces of Purple. Steal Me a Treasure, first up at the outside third. JM Sports Fan now swinging to the outside fourth. On the cones, You Ain't Dolly fifth, and on the outside sixth, that is Lions, Jenny Lee. They're halfway home, and they're pairing up now. 3 in, 3 out. The half mile in a minute and 2. Racing around the turn, arriving next at the 5/8, the leader, Rock the Baby. From the outside, Steal Me a Treasure now second. In the pocket, third is Traces of Purple. JM Sports Fan on the outside fourth. You Ain't Dolly fifth. On the outside sixth, Lions, Jenny Lee, the 3/4 next. Rock the Baby gets him there. At her wheel, second is Steal Me a Treasure. In at the rail, third, Traces of Purple. JM Sports Fan coming 3 wide fourth. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 3. And they're headed down the home stretch now, led by Rock the Baby. Traces of Purple second. JM Sports Fan third. Deep in the stretch now, Rock the Baby hangs on for Dowling. Traces of Purple second. JM Sports Fan third. Time for the mile in 2:01. Flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 10, brought to you by Universal Media. And we thought she would be tough on the drop here today. Rock the Baby dropping down and getting the front for David Dowling today, 30 and 2. They bossed it 1 minute 2/5. Past the half, first over move for Steal Me a Treasure. JM Sports Fan followed second up. 3/4 were 1:30 and 3, and it was still Rock the Baby there. She's under siege here a little bit late now. Traces of Purple trying to come down the passing lane. 6 is flying late, JM Sports Fan, but no, they're not going to get there. In the end, Rock the Baby fights them all off and wins 2:01 flat, dropping and popping Rock the Baby and David Dowling in the 10th at Red Shores.
In the 10th race, winner circle number 2, Rock the Baby, a pacing bound mare 7 by Rocket Image off the Ponderosa Dam. Yeah, baby. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watson, driven to victory by David Dowling. Time of the mile in 2:01. Rock the Baby in the 10th. Here's the official results in the 10th. Acroturi Scratch, Rock the Baby, the winner. Traces of Purple, second. Steal Me a Treasure, fourth. Lions Jenny Lee, fifth. JM Sports Fan was third. You Ain't Dolly finished sixth. Fractions were 30 and 2. 1 minute 2. 1:30 and 3. And the mile was 2:01. In review, it's Scratch 1 2 4 5 3 6. Rock the Baby paid $4, the Exactor $11.70, the Triactor $27.90, and the Superfecta was $4.15. Ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down at trackside this afternoon, and the Shepherd Stable of Charlottetown of Prince Edward Island, and the members of their stable, they had a fundraiser. And joining us at trackside, the Shepherd Stable and Ownership Group includes Mo McCabe, Angus Burt, John Burt, Wayne McPherson, George Burke, Harold Shepherd. This stable and ownership team raised $3,000 for local charities. First up is a $500 to Santa's Angels. Accepting the check is Tommy Corrigan, and he is Santa Claus, his best friend today here at the driving park in Charlottetown. The next is a $500 to White Cross Christmas, with the check presented to Sharon Claiborne. The ownership team also proud to present a $500 check to a family in Cornwall. April will accept on their behalf. April Myers from the winner's circle. And finally, there's a $1,500 of fuel to some island families to help them prepare for the holiday season. Dan McIsaac, owner of Kenmac Energy, is trackside to accept the donation. What a wonderful gift for the holidays. From the Shepherd Stable and Ownership Group, including Mo McCabe, Angus Burke, John Burt, Wayne McPherson, George Burke, and Harold Shepherd. This stable and ownership group raised $3,000 for local charities. Merry Christmas, and thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at the HPI broadcast desk. And again, thank you to the Shepherd Stable for that generous donation here during the holiday season at Red Shores. I want to tell you about Race Day Live. Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast show features exciting action and camera angles and HD commentary and interviews, special features, along with 60 seconds or less features, the new Race Day recap on Race 6, the Vance Cam and slow motion replays, and a special thank you to Summerside Chrysler Dodge, title sponsor of the 2022 Governor's Plate, as we slide in the picks here for race number 11. And I'm going to head towards the 4 today. That's Dreamfair, Zenfire. I do like the 3 for part of it as well, Tobin's Brownie, and I'm going to put the 5 in for third. That's Ace 44 Dome. So I'm at 4-3-5 and 4-3-5 for the classifier, and a hat tip to the classifier last time out. He nailed it straight, 2-3-6 in race number 10. So 6 away from race number 11.
The preferred mares for the 11th race on the track for the post parade. Number 1 is Ladylike, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Today, Jills Barrio drives. 2 is Philly 47, owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. Mark Campbell is the trainer. Corey McPherson Kent's drives. 3, Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Watts, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne to Springvale, trained and driven by David Dowling. 4, Dreamfair Zenfire, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 5 is Ace 44 Dome, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes is the trainer driver. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. And Peter, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the preferred mares. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the afternoons, 11th race, much like I've done all season, Pete, I'm sticking with the Queen, and that's the 4, Dreamfair Zenfire. I was reading via social media last week where no one has seen her get beat off a pocket trip up until last week, and she fell a quarter of a length short of the winner's circle. I'll look for her to get back on her winning ways today. The 5 Ace 44 Dome, she's been rolling right along here in this preferred mares class. A winner of her last 2, right on the engine. Today she comes from post 5. I like the 1 Ladylike for third. Going to play a hunch with a Barrio drive off of the rail. And if you play the super, I'm using the 3, Tobin's Brownie. From the booth, it's 4, 5, 1, 3. Peter, down to you and your choices.
Well, I'm glad I'm with you because that Tell Me Why pick was a real dandy earlier on. So I'm happy I'm with you on this one, Dreamfair Zenfire. I do like her as well, Vance. She's just been so excellent the last couple of years here in the Maritimes. I like her to rebound here today and get the win. I do like the 3, Vance, as well. Tobin's Brownie, I just think she'll be up a little bit closer today, so I'm going to call for second. Ace 44 Dome for third, and I'll put Ladylike in for fourth. So, Vance, I'm at 4-3, 5-1. And Vance, how about the donations and just the generous giving of all the people here at Red Shores today? Just terrific to see during the holiday season.
It just tells the public, Pete, how incredible the harness racing community here is on PEI, especially this time of year. And, you know, the prices of fuel, food, and whatsoever, there's going to be some family struggle. And it's so nice to see the drive for charity. And this Shepherd Stable today was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, like Vance said, the harness racing community coming through during the holiday season, it's great to see. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here. Ladylike on the rail here for Gilles Perriot this afternoon. They're sitting at 13-1. Philly 47 is Corey McPherson today, 24-1. Tobin's Brownie, shot at Tobin's Brownie and David Dowling. They're in the middle here from post 3, serving up 9-1. Dream Fair Zenfire still the current favorite at 1-5. And Ace 44 Dome has won the last 2. Looking for 3 in a row. Jason Hughes there from post 5 at 2-1. That's the field here. Good luck with your picks. Getting close in race number 11. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 11 from Red Shores and Charlottetown this afternoon. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
It's the Preferred Mares in the 11th race going to the gate. Ladylike, Philly 47, Tobin's Brownie, Dream Fair Zenfire, Ace 44 Dome on the gate and at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, leaving out Tobin's Brownie. Philly 47 also leaves. Joining them is Dream Fair Zenfire. Fourth around the turn is Ace 44 Dome and Ladylike. She'll be the trailer. They're 3 high by the 8th pole, and the stable mates will be 1-2 in the early going. Here comes Dream Fair Zenfire to take over the lead from our Campbell. Philly 47 is now second. Third up the rail, Tobin's Brownie racing from fourth. That is Ace 44 Dome. Trailing the field is Ladylike 28. And 2 was the opening quarter. Midway around the turn, approaching the 3/8. The leader is Dream Fair Zenfire. Philly 47, the longest shot on the board. She left hard, and she is rewarded with the 2-hole ride. Third up the rail is Tobin's Brownie. Then in fourth, it's Ace 44 Dome. Ladylike sees them all from fifth. They're halfway home, led by Dream Fair Zenfire. 59 and 4 after a solid opener. Campbell got a big-time breather of just 31 and 2 in the second panel. Dream Fairs and Fire taking them up the back stretch. Second is Philly 47. Third on the outside is Ace 44 Dome. And at the rail, Tobin's Brownie races fourth. Lady Like on the outside, the trailer, but she's still in it. By the 3/4 they go. Dream Fairs and Fire. Ace 44 Dome matching her strides now. Philly 47 at the rail third. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 4 they're homeward bound. Dream Fair, Zen Fire battling back. Ace 44 Dome. Philly 47. Dream Fair, Zen Fire doubles up Campbell. Ace 44 Dome was second. Philly 47 third. 157 2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo from Red Shores in Charlottetown on a Saturday afternoon. It's brought to you by Universal Media. She just missed last week. She wanted the front end this week and got there for Mark Campbell, 28 and 2. Dream Fair, Zenfire, and Campbell. They were the leaders over there, 59 and 4. Still bossing it past the half. They swung to the backside, 129 and 4. First over move for the 5, Ace 44 Dome, and they match strides down the stretch here now. The 4 on the inside, Dream Fair, Zenfire, Ace 44 Dome. Looking for 3 in a row, grinding on the outside, but not there in the end as the 4 fights back along the rail. Dream Fair, Zenfire getting there for Campbell, 157 and 2. They win race number 11. Ace 44 Dome, she was a bang up second. Philly 47 third. Dream Fair, Zenfire, and Campbell in the winner's circle next.
Dream Fair, Zenfire on her way to the 11th race winner's circle by pacing mare 6 by Sunfire Blue Chip. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Dream Fair, Zenyatta. Owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell trains and drives. For Mark, that's a training and driving double today. And the mare will throw a closing quarter at them in 27 and 3. On a route to a win in 157 and 2. That's Dream Fair, Zenfire in the preferred mares at Charlottetown. Here's the official results now from the 11th race. Lady Like was 5th, Philly 47 3rd. Tobin's Brownie 4th. Dream Fairs and Fire, the race winner. Ace 44 Dome was 2nd. The fractions were 28 and 2, 59 and 4, 129 and 4, and the mile went 157 and 2. In review, it's 5-3-4-1-2. Dream Fairs Zenfire 260. The Exactor 560, Triactor 2990, Superfecta 658.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at the HBI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown. Working on our final dash of the day, which will be race number 12. And I want to send out a special thank you to all the people participating in the Drive for Charity this year, the businesses, the charities, and the drivers who took part. We had a reception here today before the races, and then the check presentations after race number 2 today. So again, thank you to everybody for participating in the 2022 holiday edition of the Drive for Charity. As we roll in the picks here for race number 12, I'm going to head towards the 4 in here. Better Than Men. It's Jill Barrio this week. They'll leave from post position 4, sitting at 2-1 right now. I do like the 5 for part of it. Better Be in Love, Dale Spence today. And I'm going to put in the 7. That's Dolly Sky, Miles Heffernan. So I'm at 4, 5, 7. Classifier going with the 3 on top, 7 for second, and the 6 for third. 6 away from race number 12 at Red Shores.
The 12th race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Dusty Lane Zendaya, owned and trained by Lexus Gas of Cornwall, driven by Corey McPherson. Hamac Blaze 2 is owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle Myers is the trainer. Jason Hughes drives. The Time to Win 3 is owned by Shirley Weeks of Freverton, trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Campbell. Better Than Men, number 4, is owned by Better Than Expected Stable of Mermaid, trained by Todd Walsh, today Jill's Barrio. Better Be in Love, number 5, is owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle, trained by Brendan Mullen, Dale Spence. Woodmere Roll Lily, number 6, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, Corey Livingston of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. Dolly Sky, number 7, owned by Philip DeRoche of Coleman and Vance McMillan of West Cape. Philip is the trainer. Miles Heffernan drives. 8 is Counter Currency, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 12. Let's go back to Peter McPhee with the final super high 5 of the afternoon.
Well, thank you very much, Vince. Yeah, 3 to go here before race number 12. Also want to tell people about the Holiday Homestretch Handicapping Challenge. It's coming up on, of course, the 12th of December, 17th, and the 19th. And you can also play it tonight here on December the 10th in Charlottetown and Summerside. So, again, it's a great promotion, Holiday Homestretch. First prize, $500 cash, and a guest handicapping spot on the race day show. Got 2 to go here before race number 12. And yeah, for my super high 5 finale here, I'm putting the 4 on top. I do like 5 for second, 7 for third, 6 for fourth, and 3 for fifth. So 4, 5, 7, 6, 3 here in race number 12. As we look at the 4 Better Than Men here for the Better Than Expected stable. From Mermaid, Todd Walsh trains. Jill Berry going to do the driving. 13:01s last time. Left from 3, came first up and was a very good second to Hamac Blaze. 59-4 closed out 30-1. And that 1-3 back, 15:51s left from 4, finished second to Premier Joy. 57-1 with a 29-3 closer on that day. So back at the same level, Jill Berry to drive Better Than Men at 5-2. Here's Better Be in Love for Brandon Mullen, Cole McLaren, Aaron McCardley. I'll share the ownership. Brendan does the training. Dale Spence to do the driving. Go down the lines. October 27th, Fillies and Mares Preferred Threes was a winner, 56-4, 29-3 on the end of it. And then last time out, 15:51s. Left from 2 was fourth, 58-1, 29-4 on the end of it. So again, back at that 15:51 level. Post 5, Dale Spence to drive Better Be in Love, now at 8-1. We're under a minute to go here, so want you in the action. The finale here at Red Shores this afternoon. Dolly Sky for Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan. They share the ownership. Philip does the training. Miles Heffernan. This horse was really good last week at that 18:01 level. Left from 2, was storming on the end of it. 28. She came home third, just beating a length. It was a tight finish. Elm Grove Mistress, the Lady Sheriff for 1-2, but Dolly Sky was right there with them, just beating a length last time, finishing third. So down to the 15:51s, moves outside. Miles Heffernan to drive, and I like the price on Dolly Sky, 11-1. Okay, quick look at the board before we go here. This is signing up to be a good betting race here. I want you in. Dusty Lanes and Zendaya now 16-1. Hamac Blaze at 9-1, 2-1 on the time to win. Better Than Men 5-2. Better Be in Love 9-2. Woodmere Roll Lily there for Murner 2-1. Dolly Skies at 11-1. And Counter Currency for Dowling, and they're at 18-1. So again, want you in on the mix. It's the finale here at Red Shores. Getting set for race number 12 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Good betting board, Vance, in the finale. Up to you for the call.
And as they go to the gate, we have Dusty Lane Zendaya. Hamac Blaze, the time to win. Better Than Men. Better Be in Love. Woodmere Roll Lily. Dolly Sky. Counter Currency on the grandstand side. 8 of them across the gate. It's the 12th. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Saturday afternoon. Finale time. The rough end facing Hamac Blaze is leaving out. Dusty Lane Zendaya towards the rail. Third one to the turn. That is the time to win. The getaway fourth is Better Than Men. Racing fifth is Better Be in Love. Moving up sixth is Woodmere Roll Lily. Dolly Skies away seventh. And the trailer, that is Counter Currency. To the backstretch they go. And the Blue Knight Hughes has pointed Hamac Blaze right to the engine. Racing from second is Dusty Lane Zendaya. Third on the rail is the time to win. Racing from fourth, that's Better Than Men. Into the turn fifth is Better Be in Love. 28 and 4 the quarter. On the move in the outside 6 is Woodmere Roll Lily underway. Dolly Sky following out 7th, trailing the field. Counter Currency is 8th. Down the stretch they come in the backfield, well in motion. They approach the half mile, led by How Mac Plays at long odds. Second, that is Dusty Lane Zendaya. Third, The Time to Win. First up on the outside, 4th, Better Than Men. Racing from 5th, Up the Rail, Better Be in Love. 58 and 2 was the half mile. Just 3/8 to go. The leader is How Mac Plays. Dusty Lane Zendaya, the 2-hole ride. Third up the rail, The Time to Win. 4th on the outside, that is Better Than Men. Better Be in Love rides the rail 5th. Woodmere Roll Lily 6th. Dolly Sky 7th. Counter Currency is 8th. 3/4 in the books. How Mac Plays got him there in 1:28 and 2. Dusty Lane Zendaya, textbook 2-hole ride. Better Than Men on the outside is picked up 3rd. The Time to Win 4th, and they're turning on home. How Mac Plays the leader. Dusty Lane Zendaya coming up the inside. Deep stretch now. Dusty Lane Zendaya with McPherson. How Mac Plays held 2nd. Better Than Men 3rd. 1:58.4.
Okay, good finish here in race number 12 to wrap it up at Red Shores on a Saturday afternoon. Here's the slow-mo brought to you by Universum Media. How Mac Blaze zips off the wings here and wants the front for Jason Hughes today. 28 and 4. They are the leaders over there. Dusty Lane Zendaya was sitting 2 past the half at 58 and 2. Still How Mac Blaze. They swung to the backside. Still controlling it. How Mac Blaze and Hughes. Dusty Lane Zendaya was still sitting 2nd. Better Than Men went 1st. And there they are down the stretch here now. And the one takes advantage of a perfect pocket ride, slipping down the passing lane to get it all here. 1:58 and 4. Perfect ride by McPherson, and Dusty Lane Zendaya wraps it up here in race number 12. How Mac Blaze did all the work 2nd. Looks like Better Than Men is 3rd here in race number 12 at Red Shores.
Here comes Dusty Lane Zendaya to the 12th race winner's circle. Big pacing mare, 8 by Canadian now. She's off the Boss of the Beach Dam, the Boss Daughter, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Alexis is the trainer. Corey McPherson tops off the afternoon with the 3rd win for the triple. Time for the mile in 1:58 and 4. Dusty Lane Zendaya in the 12th. Here's the official results in the 12th. Dusty Lane Zendaya, the race winner. Hamac Blaze was second. The Time to Win, fourth. Better Than Men, third. Better Be in Love was eighth. Woodmere Roll Lily finished seventh. Dolly Sky was fifth. Counter Currency finished sixth. Fractions for 28 and 4. 58 and 2. 128 and 1. And the mile went 158 and 4. In review, it's 124. 38756. Dusty Lane Zendaya at 27.20 to win. The Exactor 220.50. The Triactor 475.30. The Late Daily Double paid 60.30, and there was a super high 5 valued at 460.87. And that wraps up our live presentation on this day here in Charlottetown. We're coming right back at you tomorrow afternoon with an opening post time. It is set for 12:30. Today's par mutual handle was $42,126. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.